Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, my fellow YouTubers. Had my Zoom meeting. Now I'm basically doing great. So, gotta check the coffee pot for a second. Moppy's eating his food. So, I have an update for you all on the second STEMI checks, or the third STEMI checks. So, stimulus update. Biden just released his plan to help out schools and everything. Now, I know you guys are going to be wondering, anyone who's married to an illegal and they have dependents, they're each going to get $2,000 in this bill. Biden wants to make sure that they get $2,000 for stimulus checks. I'm going to read you the report, okay? That's what my job is right now. Then I'm going to do spreadsheets and take questions, all right? So, here we go. It says, because I have it set up here. Here we go. So, first of all, let's read this report. Came out in the Washington Post. It says, proposal aimed at addressing the nation's immediate needs. Larger recovery package follows. President aired healthcare disaster and deteriorating economy. President-elect Joe Biden is laying out a $1.9 emergency relief plan, which means he could add another $2 or $3 trillion if this falls through afterwards. Thursday night, that will serve as an early test of his ability to steer the nation out of this pandemic disaster and make good on his promises to the united divided Congress. The wide-ranging package is designed to aim at twin crises Biden will confront taking office in January 20th. A series of provisions delivering direct aid to American families, businesses, and communities, and major focus on coronavirus testing, vaccine production, delivery as the pandemic surges continue. Biden is aiming to get a GOP support for the measure, senior transition officials said, although nearly $2 trillion price tag is likely to be too high for many Republicans to swallow. But after campaigning as bipartisan deal maker, Biden wants to at least give Republicans the opportunity to get behind his first legislation effort as president. We think there is a broad understanding of the urgency of the moment, of the immediacy of the crisis and need to act, senior Biden officials told reporters ahead of the speech. And so we're hopeful that the ideas are laid out here and the actions are reflected here in something that there's a lot of support for. And you're going to see the president-elect tonight call for kind of mood towards a pragmatic and unity to try to get something done. Package is entitled the American Rescue Plan, ARP, not bad. Biden officials described it as a package of emergency measures to meet the nation's immediate economic and healthcare needs to be followed in February by a broader relief plan. So more money for us in February. So we might get a fourth STEMI check. Let me explain what's going on. Okay, look at my, thing here. So it goes like this. Okay, so you guys are wondering. The proposal, which Biden will lay out at 7:15, that's 4:15 my time. So I will be live streaming this, by the way, so we can all hear Biden's statement. Thursday night comes in a critical time for more than 4,200 people in the U.S. died of the coronavirus on Tuesday, a new daily record. Also, the economic recovery appears to be backsliding, with jobless claims spiking to new highs since August of 2020. Nearly 1 million people filed for unemployment last week. Also comes 6 days before Biden's inauguration. A day after the House of Representatives impeached President Trump, highlighted the president-elect's challenge to try to get his top agenda item passed, even as the Senate is likely to be enmeshed in an impeachment trial. Biden has expressed the hope that the Senate can simultaneously move forward on his agenda while conducting an impeachment trial, although it's unclear how that might work in practice. Plan contains a raft of provisions that build an approximately $4 trillion Congress has already devoted to addressing the pandemic, which includes $900 billion measure Trump signed in December, which Biden has repeatedly described as unfinished business. It is divided into three major areas: $400 billion for provisions to fight the corona vaccine, the coronavirus, with more vaccine and testing. While reopening schools. More than $1 trillion in direct relief to families, including through stimulus payments and increased unemployment insurance benefits. They want to do 600, I think, and $440 billion for aid to communities and businesses. including $350 billion in emergency funding to state, local, and tribal governments. So we're getting to the crux of the stimulus problem. Excuse me for a second. There. So, shall I continue? Your guys are like, oh yeah. Okay. Plan will aim to make good on Biden's plan for universal vaccination program, devoting $20 billion to the goal as well as $50 billion for massive expansion of testing and $130 billion to help schools reopen safely. Among the many goals laid out in the proposal, Biden hopes to deliver 100 million vaccine shots in 100 days and reopen majority of K through 12 public schools in that same time frame. Incoming Senate Majority Leader Charles E. Schumer had urged Biden to consider a higher price tag than what he is initially eyeing for the proposal, according to a person familiar with the conversation who spoke on a condition of anonymity. To recount the conversation, cited the scope of the package exceeds the expectation of a number of outside advocates while answering demands for economics for major new investment to get the economy under sounding footing. We do need more stimulus in the United States. Fortunately, there's official space to do so. International Monetary Fund Manager Director Christina Georgieva said in an interview with the Washington Post that adding that she favored sizable support. Legislation includes a number of priorities sought to top congressional Democrats, including some more liberal members, from increasing the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour to add billions in funding for child care. You see, isn't this great? We're actually getting to the crux of the entire package now. Biden calls for increased federal unemployment from 300 a week to 400. Okay, so it's not 600, it's 400 a week. Well, at least it's 400 a week. That's $1,600 a month. For millions of jobless Americans, the benefits would be extended through September of 2021, preventing millions of people from losing their jobless aid in March, and would occur under current law. Biden plan states he will also work with Congress to link the level of unemployment benefits to general economic factors, aiming to implement automatic stabilizers, long sought by the Democratic policy experts. These measures would require the federal government to automatically increase the benefits when the unemployment rate spikes. Not bad, right? Let's continue. Meaning federal support cannot be contingent on Washington gridlock. As expected, Biden proposal would increase this to $2,000 per person stimulus payments directly. So you get $600, now you get $2,000. So it's not $1,400. Trump enthusiastically endorsed 2000 stimulus, as did congressional Democrat leaders, but many Republicans opposed the idea. Biden's plan would also expand eligibility for stimulus payments. Here we go. The families where one parent is an immigrant as well as an adult children claimed as dependents on their tax returns. Parents' tax returns. Both categories were excluded in the last relief package due to GOP opposition. About 13.5 million adult dependents are excluded from the checks, as resulting in including millions of disabled people. Major expansion of tax credits is also included by proposal for both children and lower income workers. Biden plan would expand tax credit for children to $3,600 a year per child under 6 years of age, as well as $3,000 a year for children under 17. It would also extend eligibility for the credit to millions of very poor families who currently cannot access it. It also would dramatically boost the earned income tax credit tax benefit to workers from $530 to $1,500, while also expanding eligibility for that program. Sides of the package and the embrace of multiple liberal priorities that are anathema to Republicans, including a large sum for state and local governments, which has proven sticking point for the GOP for months. Raise questions about how much bipartisan support Biden will also get to that proposal. Biden's already facing pressure from liberals on Capitol Hill who want to use their newfound control of Congress to push through aggressive and costly legislation. Senator Bernie Sanders, who chairs the Budget Committee, has said he's working to put together a massive stimulus bill that could pass under special budget rules and a simple majority vote in the Senate instead of the 60-vote margin normally required. Biden, however, wants to try a bipartisan majority on his first bill Democratic aides say that if Republicans do not appear willing to cooperate, they can shift gears quickly and move to budget reconciliation. The procedure would allow them to pass legislation without GOP votes. That was the process Republicans used to pass a big tax cut bill after Trump took office. President Barack Obama used for the Affordable Care Act. Significantly divided 50-50 between Republicans and Democrats, a new Congress giving Democratic control of the chamber because Vice President-elect Kamala Harris will have the tie-breaking vote. Democrats 222 to 211 majority in the House is the narrowest for either party in years. So, let's talk about this. Anyone have any questions now? See, guys, I just read that for you guys, I mean, illegals will get money now. Can you figure that? Illegals. Of all the appointment in the world, illegals will get stimulus money. I personally think that that's BS. I guess you got to play to your base. Not only that is people going to get their illegal money, but there's a new tax that's coming down the pipe too. Is my coffee in here? Yes, there is. Cool. And that is the American people are suffering. And yet they want to give illegals money. That's right, illegals money. Let's talk about this. Comments or questions are really appreciated while I'm working on spreadsheets. Because when I'm done with spreadsheets, I'm out. But I'm not out too soon because of other issues, So, $2,000 across the board sounds good. But at what cost? You see, higher taxes. My cousin and cousin-in-law will have to pay those higher taxes. People like our sister Pee Wee will have to pay higher taxes or whatever, and whatever else. I mean, literally, California's already trying to give illegals money. And you know how that played out already, right? Literally bull crap. So, it, in my opinion, is a bunch of crap. Literally a bunch of garbage. And that is why people need to realize that, illegals are getting money. The schools and states, I knew they were going to put that down the pipe. They were literally going to put that in the pipe when it comes to it. $2,000 per person is not bad. Now, I know Big earlier said before he left that there's a lot of clickbait right now. They're not talking $2,000 a month. Kamala Harris and them can do that after February once this new package is passed and money's been doled. They can make a bigger package, which means a fourth stimmy check. It looks like it might be in the works. Now, if Pee Wee was here, Pee Wee would probably tell me to pray to God to find out or ask God about another stimmy. Now, I know more stimulus checks in our pockets would be good only because we are suffering. And we are suffering. We're suffering worse than most people right now, And that is not cool. And so, I come to you now to tell you that $2,000 is not bad. Everyone is like, oh yeah, $2,000, I can't complain. Oh yeah, to me, it's not bad. But, there's people that's waiting for this update. And I told them this update would come as soon as we had info. Now, Biden's going to be speaking at 4:15. So, because of it, I want to let you all know that I'm going to be setting up a reminder because there is, And what does that mean for us all? Well, it means probably there's going to be a forced stimulus. This is just another down payment to get the country, which is faltering because of it. And a lot of people know it's faltering. So A lot of people say, well, we need the money. We need the money. Better check, see Moppy's water bowl's empty. I heard him go, and everyone loves the Moppy dog anyway. So, you know how it is. So, Stimmy checks, $2,000, looks good. Now we just gotta wait. So, he's good on water. So let's basically turn around. I'm trying to do spreadsheets and talk at the same time. $2,000 across the board. Not 600, not adding 1,400. They're talking $2,000 flat out, right? So we'll know more tonight. So I'm gonna see if there's a YouTube notification for Biden, because should be something. Let me look. All right. So there's nothing about that. Is there a notification or nope? So ABC's got it set up. So I got that set. I'm just trying to see if there's any notifications, Let's see if there's something where I can actually, let's see, is there any? Nope. So apparently they're gonna basically so we just gotta wait for it to come up. So oh yeah, Kevin. I don't like Kevin. I think Kevin's a douchebag. Again, Kevin's a douchebag. He keeps posting videos. Me, I'm looking for, So, nope. So we just gotta wait for discussions with so there you have it. Stimulus checks are coming down the pipe. So we'll wait until the time to talk to So tonight is going to be awesome. So hopefully Chloe brings me my bourbon. I'm hoping she remembers my bourbon. She said she was going to remember my bourbon. So hopefully she gets me my bourbon because I don't really want beer right now. I want bourbon. But I also don't want to drink in front of you guys because I don't want to act like an idiot either. And I wanted to say that to you all, So as I had a break, an hour break from my meeting, like I said, I talked to my advocates, and general chat can happen too, but I have nothing to say. So $2,000 per person. Now, question is, what would you guys do with $2,000 per person? Well, I know Chloe wants to get some computer parts, and Boon Boon here is eating his poo again. Why are you eating poo? See, I have a lucky rabbit's foot. I got 4 of them. They're alive. See? And he says, $2,000 stimulus check for everyone. Yay. So I'll buy you some more pellets and stuff with that $2,000. They want us to prepare till September. That means they're basically saying that we might be locked in our house till September of 2021. So we better prepare for the worst. Dude, you left a poo log on my floor. I'll pick it up. Oh, yeah. So, this is Ebony, by the way, my lucky little rabbit's foot. Let me clean the poo log up, So, basically, everything looks pretty damn good, in my opinion. So, now we just wait to see if the Democrats can get it through. They made a promise. Now, I have a feeling we're going to get a 4th stimulus check, too. This $2,000, but the bill basically says everyone gets it. They're not selectively saying only working class gets it, because that would really be upsetting for all the people in Georgia voting for Biden and the blue states to basically turn around and flip Georgia and then say, I'm sorry, thanks for flipping it, but only the working class get their money. Fortunately, this might be good for Hannah. Maybe Hannah will get $2,000. That would be great. Hannah would love to have $2,000. I think her dad claimed her. So, anyways, excuse me for 1 second. Let's continue talking about stimulus checks because, as you know, it's a great day. Oh, what's wrong, Mom? $2,000? I want $2,000. I have 2 dependents myself, 3 if you count Chloe. So that entitles me to 2, 4, 6, 8,000. My bunny's my child, and my dog's my child. So give me money. Just joking. Thought I'd throw that out there. What am I looking for? Duh, I don't know. My brain had a fart because of that $2,000. Now, my family, they love me dearly, and they know I need to bring this up, okay? So before you guys sit there and say, well, oh yeah, that's what it was. Oh, my cousin wants me to bring this up to you guys, okay? We love all of you. And the problem with this is 2 problems, okay? Pee Wee sent me some links about the Democratic Party's losing, and we will get to this when Pee Wee gets here. But in the meantime, my family is giving up. Literally, they're packed up and they left a blue state. They want a red state. But problem with this stimulus package is it's going to basically do some really bad numbers. Okay, I got some bad feelings going on. Okay, if they're going to use the budget reconciliation to pass this because they have to get the American on their feet, what are they also going to do to pass other issues? And that is where I come in to talk to you about the other issues, and that is what. And you guys say, well, it's not bad, it's cool. It isn't cool. Think of what happens once they get the the next stimulus package passed. Then they're going to start impeaching Trump. And again, and I'm talking impeachment as in basically bringing it down the pipe. And you guys can sit there and say, well, they're going to try to do trial. Now, if he gets convicted in the trial, let's just say he is, hypothetically, he will basically be, quote, unquote, not, he'd be barred from running even for dog catcher. That's what Dad said last night. And he says it will happen. I have been waiting for God's answer there on that. But I will check in with God about the 4th stimmy check because, Americans are hurting. And if they can't get this under control, well, you know where it leads. So, shall I continue? So, Donald Trump asked for $2,000. The Republicans said no. Now it's all up to the Republicans if they're going to literally handle this in a timely manner or basically screw you over. I was talking to my advocate, Courtney, today, and she was doing a happy dance over the stimulus thing. Literally doing a complete happy dance, So, But yeah, the stimulus checks are looking pretty damn good about now. Better check my balance real quick while I'm thinking about it. Chloe had like $300 in cash, so, to get supplies, so she didn't have to tap into my card. She has my card, but told her not to use it, told her to use cash because, had cash on hand, emergency cash pulled out of the safe for things. So I'm hoping when she gets back, I can start marinating some dinner shrimp. Anyone? Hi, Booner. Mommy. So it didn't include food stamps, though. That was the thing. We're going to have to find out more when Biden basically speaks at 4:15. Oh, wait. Did he say 4:15 my time or 7:15? Let me go look at the report real quick. Because I want to make sure we are actually on board, every one of us, for the stimulus thing. Now, I know if I get $2,000, I'm going to have to buy me a TV stand. I've already told Chloe this. But I have other things to discuss. So, let me see what Commander Jess has to say. Oh, well, let me just say I like this girl's picks. Hooters are nice. So if they pass this soon and Biden signs it in, they're talking that stimulus checks could be ran out between the 27th and the 1st of February when they'll start hammering out direct deposits again, which means more stimulus checks to stimulate the economy. I say, why not, right? Why not? It works really well. So in the meantime, we all can sit there and smile as we all want some moolah. And while I'm at it, I'm going down my spreadsheet list because, as I said, I just want to get this done as fast as possible because I want to get done. So let me check the news flat feed real quick. Whoops, I screwed that up. Oh well, hold on a sec. There we go. So today has been an interesting day. By the way, I had to recalibrate my computer so I can actually run different things. Let's just go over here for a second and let's look at the news feed real quick for stimulus checks again, because I just got it from the Washington Post. I'm a subscriber to the Post. I pay $4 a month. And if anyone needs to know, I know Pee Wee said it's a local rag, but before Sister Pee Wee tells me it's a local rag, you got to remember I pay $4 also to read the comics. That's my most important thing, Hold on. All right, so here we go. So let's look. Well, at least they're giving a no. Okay, so 2,000 per person, including unemployed. That's great. Oh, 35 billion making low interest loans available to people in Puerto Rico and U.S. territories hurting. Doesn't say when it's supposed to happen. He's supposed to speak, so I really want to find out when. January 20th, he's hoping it would be passed by then. He could sign it right there as his first act to the American people. Oh, okay. 7:15 Eastern time. So 7:15 Eastern time. Oh, hey, Ron. Any news? I was just talking about it. So Biden already came out tonight at 4:15 Eastern time. Or sorry, 4:15 Pacific time. I will be going live once I can get the information. Someone will be posting it, probably whatever channel I go through YouTube for us all. We will be hearing Biden speak about his financial package, which includes $2,000 per person. And by the way, Ron, before you ask, I have something to tell you that might be of a shock. Illegals will be getting money. 13.5 million illegals and their families will be getting money at $2,000 each. Part of the promise to get economy back into work. So each of us will get $2,000. I made a joke. I have two dependents, my bunny and my service dog. Of course, I never filed for them, but you know. So $2,000 coming down the pipe. I like that nickname, Rita Bear. Yeah, Rita Bear, or is it Rita Beer? Because I don't look like a beer, man. You can't drink me, but So that's what we're talking about on the 3rd. However, the Washington Post, Ron, states that this is just another package deal to get things moving until they can propose another package deal in February. And if they do another package deal while working to criminalize and impeach Trump through the Senate, and if the Senate gets the votes they need, they will impeach him and bar him even out of office, and then Donald Trump won't be running 2024, which, for what I understand from God recently, Dad was hinting at it. I think God's hinting at the same thing, that if they impeach him even after after he's out of office, then they will basically have criminal charges and he won't be able to run for even dog catcher. However, the problem with that is, with Donald Trump is as soon as he gets out of office, Democratic states and people that have Trump properties all over the country are going to sue Donald Trump. So he might be bankrupt, Oh, yeah, illegals are going to get it, but he's also giving money. And I have a feeling the reason he's going to do a 4th stimmy check, Ron, is big. The report stated, you ready for this? That they need to give unemployment and food stamps and other things to get the American people by till at least September of 2021, Ron. That means if you read the lettering in the legalese, Biden is telling us, we're going to be stuck in our house until September at least, which means all the way to the end of summer. Now, you could probably sit there and say, well, Rita, it's a bad idea. But you know what? That means the 4th stimmy check's coming down the pipe. And I think we're going to see some other problems too with these stimmy checks. And I want to get to that. For one, let's talk about what I said to my cousin. All right. Now, last night, I'm going to shout out to Dinkster. She thought I disowned her. No, I didn't. So she knows I'm going through hell with everyone messaging me like, when is our checks coming? When's the news coming out? News is coming out tonight. So we will be watching it together. And by the way, Ron, I hope Chloe brings me back my whiskey. This cowgirl will be wearing a cowboy hat and a duster and being like, gimme, 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 So let's talk about what's important. So because of this, Chloe's on a boat coming home, by the way, bringing me, I hope, manicotti. I wanted manicotti for tomorrow's dinner. So my cousin, not cousin Dinky, I was talking to. Who was I talking to? Courtney, my advocate. We're talking about, this guy, and I got to tell you, Ron, if you want to know the general discussion of what happened today in my meeting with Courtney and Dr. Useless, I'll gladly tell you because I think you'd like to know. Let me know. I'm going to use the bathroom. So let me use the bathroom. Tell me if you want me to fill you in on what happened with Dr. Paul and Courtney. I'll gladly tell you. Damn, it was a sideshow, I think. Come on. All right, so here's what happened. All right, hold on, let me see. Did you want to hear it? Did you still want to talk about stimulus checks, Ron? Let me know. I gotta open up another spreadsheet. I'm trying to get these spreadsheets done as best possible, and then when I get tired of them, I will do more tomorrow, because I'm trying to get down the list. So the less spreadsheets I do, the better. Chloe wants me to game, which is a good idea. Unfortunately, I got to handle the Biden thing tonight. So are we ready? You want to hear the story about the... All right, so Dr. Paul, he gets on Zoom with me and my advocate. And he's sitting there, and my advocate says, Rita doesn't trust you. And he says, well, I don't know. Did you hear the story about yesterday? Ron, about what happened yesterday with the power outage and stuff? If you didn't, I can reiterate that first so you're up to speed. I don't mind telling you. So, anyways, let me just get you up to speed first. I don't know if you were here yesterday. So, yesterday, power goes out at 1 a.m. I was doing a video with my dad, so I had to re-watch it before the video expired. So, last night, and then, Anyway, so what happened was, we were sitting around, and the power goes out. I was telling my dad in the chat, I think power's going to go out. The lights are flickering. I thought, the light bulbs are going out, right? No, the lights are going out, Dad. I think my light, now I got to go order a 4-pack of lights or 8-pack. Might send Chloe to go get some. So, anyways, power goes out. I couldn't sleep, so I rummaged around, found flashlights and candles, and then Chloe found a flashlight, the other flashlight, and we shared it so we could use the bathroom and stuff. And Chloe was going to go to town yesterday, but she decided not to due to the fact that, no power. So yesterday, she was treating me like crap as usual, one of those, we have no internet, we're going to hell type thing, and treating me like shit. And finally, she goes out and comes back and says, dog's walked. Well, I said, well, I got to go to the store to buy some bourbon, some other beer, and some other beer, right? So, anyways, I go there. My green government card is prepaid. They said, no, we're not taking. So I told Chloe, here's some cash. Go down to the store and get some ice. Just buy some ice outright. Well, the gas station didn't have it. Well, I told Chloe, first thing in the morning, get on the boat to Orcas or Safeway and get some ice. So what happened was, Chloe comes in, right? And I said, store's empty, the stores are both picked clean out, both of them. Card wouldn't work. So I said, fuck it. So what happened was, as I'm telling Chloe's like, oh, the power's not coming back on. We need to throw $6,000 of meat out. So I turned to her and I said, Ron, you want to throw $6,000 of meat away? Lamb, prime rib, goat. How's that going to play out? How's that going to play out? How's that going to play out with Paul, Dr. Paul, or APS lady, right? She's like, well, we're not getting power. I said, God told me we'll have power tonight. Don't worry. But just in case I'm wrong, she's like, you're God's prophet. If I'm wrong, make sure to get ice in the morning so we can start stacking the freezer up, right? And she said, okay. So I'm telling her, don't do anything fucking stupid. Don't get rid of the meat. Power comes back on, it's all sitting in the dumpster, you're going to be feeling pretty shitty, and that would basically really freak you out if the APS lady knocked on the door and said, hey, I'm here to, we heard about this and that. And she's like, you're right. Well, while I'm talking to her, right, and just kind of arguing, Ron, I get a knock on the door. And I first think, oh, great, it's Dr. Paul. Power's out. We got to deal with this dipshit. All right. So I open the door. There stood second in command of the sheriff. Shakes his hand, says, what's up? He's, I had hand sanitizer, so did he. We talked, and I said, well, what's this about? I'm not under arrest. I said, no. We got a report from APS to talk to you if you haven't. I'm like, oh, fuck. Again, Adult Protection Services? What, this is the fourth time I'm being harassed? I said, all right, let me get my slippers on, my robe on, and I'll be out there. So I go out there, Ron, and I go upstairs with him, and we're talking for like 2.5, 3 hours, probably 3.5 hours. And I'm sitting there, and I'm going. So last time I asked Eric, that's Sheriff Eric, to let me have the report. He said he couldn't. I said, so can I have the report and look it over? He says, yeah, we're all cool here. And I looked through it. Financial exploitation. I said, isn't this bullshit? He's like, what do you mean? So Chloe has a problem and hides receipts at time, or Chloe does this, or Chloe didn't pay her electric bill. This doesn't justify spending $1,500 to $3,000 to investigate one fucking person. Well, I said, this is all it is, financial exploitation. Again, I said, they didn't find me vulnerable 3 times. What's this going to accomplish this fucking time? He's like, well, they can't issue a fucking vulnerable protection order because I'm not vulnerable. And 2 is every time I decline services, that's it. And besides, Chloe's mom would fight it tooth and nail and fucking sue APS and win. He's like, that's true. I said, so why the fuck am I fucking dealing with this? So we talked about everything else, and Chloe's got the cart. She's like, I'm going to go get the ice now. So we're talking, and I told him how Chloe thinks the entire country's out of power because of Trump. He chuckled and says, yeah, right, paranoia. So he nudges me and says, hey, Rita, you're a great girl. Guess what? I can say it now. You're not putting it in the report. And he explained what he was. I said, put in your report. I don't want to see the bitch. You want the clean version or the unclean version? Put in the non-clean version. I ain't fucking dealing with the bitch. I said, besides that, Chloe'd fucking freak. That's true. I'll put that in the report too. Tell her to leave me the fuck alone. So anyways, so back to the story, right? So I looked over the report and said Dr. Paul called. So anyways, I'm sitting there and I emailed my advocate this morning and talked to her on the phone. She's like, yeah. I said, the motherfucker lost my, I'll explain the stimulus in a minute, Oculus. I was talking to Ron for a second. So the guy lost my trust. Anyway, so when Chloe comes back, instead of buying dry ice, big blocks of ice, she bought beer. So he was laughing about it. But anyways, he left. And then I explained to Chloe. Chloe wasn't mad at me. She was mad at fucking Ron. Paul. Ron. She was furious at Paul. I don't want to deal with the motherfucker ever again. And this bastard thinks that I need a group home. And this is the only thing he can do. Fuck him. Well, anyways. All right, Oculus. No, you're not getting $1,000 a month. They said, fuck that. You're not getting $1,400. They said, fuck that. They're going to give you $2,000 check between the 27th and the 1st of February if they could pass this before Biden is sworn in. The House could pass it tomorrow morning. So tonight, Biden's going to be speaking at 4:15 Pacific time, 7:15 Eastern, and I'm going to be basically putting it up on my device so we can all hear what Biden's going to say about the stimulus package. Oh, and the report I read, Oculus, said that this would just be a temporary stimulus until they pass another stimulus package in February, which means more money for us. All right, that's the way I read the report today. More money. So 4th stimmy check's coming down the pipe after the 3rd one, because he's got to get the economy restarted because no one's buying anything except supplies and making Amazon richer. So that do you have any questions so far? No, you're not getting $1,000 a month. They don't think you're worth it, and they think the taxes are so high that they're not going to give you even $2,000 a month. Now, they could do a $2,000 a month. We don't know what's coming down the pipe in February. But right now, they're working at $2,000 down payment across the board. Not $1,400, $2,000. So we'll know more when Biden basically speaks at 4:15 Pacific time or 7:15 Eastern. So anyways, Ron, back to my other thing. If you have any other questions, please ask Oculus. I'll answer you greatly and with grace and humility. So this morning, I talked to my advocate and I said, I don't trust the bastard. She says, I wouldn't. He wouldn't even, he basically told me without a release of info, he had to call APS. So I called up that police officer today and I told him, and he's like, yeah, the motherfucker's trying to hamstring you. This is why you don't trust the mental health system. It's broken. That's one thing we were talking about yesterday. It is broken. So we were conversing about that and laughing about it, So we were all joking about that. So anyways, so he and I were talking about that, you know. And so we get Zoom, right? And my advocate says, just to let you know, Rita doesn't feel comfortable with you because well, I know I violated her trust, but I'm a mandated reporter and I had to report it. And my advocate turns around. I love my advocate. We were talking about steak, by the way. And she says, are you well aware that I did the APS thing for the third time? He said, I assume it didn't go well. They didn't say she was vulnerable enough and they couldn't help her. So now you're basically doing this. And he's like, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. You don't have to talk to me ever again, but I do need to talk to Chloe to see if it's over. I said, Chloe needs to be fucking comforted. He says, really? I said, look, you turned around and you basically attacked Chloe, you know? And you basically did that. How can Chloe trust you if you did? Well, I said, what was your main goal, you know? And he's like, well, my goal was to protect you. Well, how can you fucking protect me when you basically did something stupid? Well, now I know it was wrong. I said, look, you call APS up only on certain grounds. This isn't considered it. I said the report is vulnerability and financial exploitation. Nothing else matters to them. That's what they're investigating. They won't investigate if Chloe won't let me call crisis team or the sheriff. And he's like, I understand, Rita, I understand. So, anyways, Oculus. So yeah, the 4:15, I'm going to be basically doing a live thing where we can actually hear what Biden's going to say and actually debate this completely. Ron, you still with me, brother? So, let me see if I got any messages. Yes, I got one. So, what is this going to cost the taxpayers? That was one thing I wanted to talk to you guys about. I'm going to turn the heater on. It's getting a little nippy, even though it's like 48 degrees. It's a basement, so it's like 36 here. So the heat doesn't hold in real well, so we'll just crank it up a bit. And I got to make sure the dishes are put away. So I put my pint glass away, put this cognac glass away. I had little smokies as a snack last night. Kind of hungry, so this is just all the forks we used. And I had a nice conversation with the sheriff. I mean, it was the nicest conversation I've had with any sheriff. And I'm telling you, it was just downright nice, And, my advocate, she's really excited about the next stimulus check, too. Sorry, I'm just drying this off so it doesn't rust. My giant frying pan is going to be ready to go off, put on the stove again. And my dishwasher is done. I didn't have enough dishes yesterday because of the fact that we had no power for 18 and a half hours. So with the dishes done, which, by the way, the manager was asking me about my little dishwasher again, which, by the way, hopefully Chloe picked up the pellets. I told her to pick up some. I'm still got some being delivered, but, I'll be out this month, so I got to place an order, I think. But, the problem is it's now in the hands of the Republicans. If they're going to go with it, that's fine. They might just do a Senate financial, what do you call it, an economic relief thing where they only need 50 or 51 votes to pass it. If they do that, budget reconciliation, they'll do that. And then everyone can get a stimulus check. Even if Republicans aren't bored, they might do that again with another stimulus. But what I want to say that's really bad in this whole situation is sometime this year, we're going to see probably they're going to do some underhanded tactics to restrict AR-15. I can see this coming down the pipe. And that is something that I am kind of worried about, because once they restrict them and put in that everyone has to sell them back, that's going to really piss off the American people. And that is something I didn't even get to bring up to my cousin Dinky, because, I support some light gun measures, but nothing major. I always joked, I never told my cousin Dinky or my my family that my thought is give everyone a musket and let the military have the 1911s, the Glocks and stuff. And everyone has a musket, so they can conceal carry a musket. But you don't really want to keep a musket loaded because it's kind of dangerous. But that was just my idea as a joke. Give everyone a musket to get one shot, and if they can't get the one shot, look. You get a black powdered Derringer. Look what happened. The black powdered Derringer is what was used to assassinate our beloved Abraham Lincoln. So you know how that is. So, anyways, Chloe should be home soon. I better check on the ferry thing because I want to make sure I'm here. Because, should be back between whatever. So I'm checking the live cameras. I can. Ferry Time Real Map. That's really fun because you can track and see if there's any boats being. Looks like the Yakima is running. Let's see. Kitsap is running. The Kitty's running out of Anacortes Lopi. The Sealt is running Anacortes right now. The Sealt is in dock. So I assume it's not leaving, so it's broken, I guess. The Yaqui is going to Anacortes to Friday Harbor, so it won't be until 24 minutes. The Tilly is the inner island won't be in until 3:02, so the Tilly's almost coming into dock now. Oh no, the Tilly's Orcas to Shaw. Okay, so and then you have the Saley, which is different routes, but our routes we have 4 boats, so so there you have it. No, I didn't. I had to put everything in the taskbar. Apparently, the mouse doesn't want to work on my desktop on Windows 10. My other computers are working just fine. It's the mouse won't work for, and welcome back, Big. So, anyways, just doing spreadsheets, everyone. Trying to hammer them out until, we get the whatever, So I'm glad to have you all here today. So, Big, were you paying attention, or do you want me to reiterate the story about stimulus checks? Because I can do that. I can gladly do it. That's why we're discussing it right now. And I was just telling Ron about the whole issue with, the whole issue with that guy. So anyways, back to the thing real quick, Ron. So in my conversation, he tells me to relax and chew on it for a while and then come back. So he's like, well, when you come back, we can talk about it then. But in the meantime, I just want you to know that I'm there for you. I'm like, really? You're there for them, you know? So, he's like, well, I'm there for you, and, you just need to chew on. But I have to call Chloe to find out about, if she wants to deal with it. Well, Chloe doesn't trust the guy. Chloe thinks the guy wants to put her in a group home. How would you feel if you basically got a knock on the door and literally, my advocate said you put Rita in a situation where Rita could have got hurt or died from this. He's like, I wasn't thinking, I'm so sorry, Rita. If you don't trust me, then I can understand why, And I was like, you know what? The guy's a fucking dick. Calls up now. I told the sheriff I ain't answering my door. I told him that ABS comes to my door, I ain't answering my fucking door. ABS lady can kiss my ass. You know. I mean, literally, I am not, there we go. Another spreadsheet down. Getting them done because I have a whole day of spreadsheets today. Hopefully tomorrow will be easier. So, nope, 2,000 across the board, big. That's what Biden's going to be talking about tonight. So I will be actually streaming this for us all at 4:15 Pacific time, 7:15 Eastern time, and I will be streaming exactly what is going on, so we can all listen to, um, what's going on. Hold on, we got an upcoming stream. What's some of this? Oh, okay. So I'm gonna set a reminder. So ABC News is the one that's going to basically be has the reminder set for this. So ABC is, I got reminders on. Let's see. Let me see. So we're just going to wait patiently now. So my reminder is set. So I will be personally watching it, probably on ABC. That's the one that's basically going to do it. They got the prime time for, So we're going to all be around. You're more than welcome to pull up a chair at 4:15, big. You're a great moderator. You can do it. Octavia, like said, 2,000. I did read the report, big. I got to use the bathroom, but here's the report. The report also said that this is just for right now to get Americans help by February. Then they want to do another package while they're putting criminal charges to impeach Trump in the Senate, which, so, and then they'll bar Donald Trump from running ever again because the Senate will probably get away with it. But honestly, I haven't checked with God to see if that's going to happen. So give me a second. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that. Yeah, I just peed real quick. That's all I did. Didn't do anything else, but I'm doing spreadsheets too. So my mouse thing, I put everything in the taskbar for one click. So, So, Hannah just asked what was going on. And I said, well, we're talking about the third STEMI and the fourth STEMI. And the third STEMI is going to be great because they're talking about 2,000 across the board. Literally, they just want to start giving, and they promised 2,000, not 600, not 6,000, So, anyways, I'm feeling pretty good today, by the way, just to let you guys know. So I wanted to share that with you guys because you guys are awesome, you guys are totally awesome, and but yeah, everyone, by the way, big, I have a question for you. Actually, it's kind of like a question, which is, what's the latest on the clickbaiters right now? So I can focus on spreadsheets and I can focus on that. What's the deal with that? With the not spreadsheets, the you know. So what do you think? About the clickbaiters? So I'm looking forward to seeing the whole stimulus thing. To make everyone feel, part of the family. So it's all garbage. So let me ask you a question, Big, just out of curiosity. Why do you? I know there's a lot of people clickbaiting stimulus and stuff. So my question to you is, what is so special, about my reports over these clickbaiters? I'm just curious. You're a moderator of mine, and I'd like to get my moderator's opinion. Yeah. Boonie on the time, Boonie on the time, Boonie on the time, Boonie on the time, Boonie. He needs a bath one of these days. So let me know, Ron, you still with us or did you disappear again? Anyways, yeah. So the report. I read the report already once. I don't know if anyone wants me to read the report again. I can if anyone wants me to read it again. But basically, it said 350 billion is going out to. 350 billion is going to state and local tribal lands. Another spreadsheet done. Another one bites the dust. So what do you think? I mean, so what makes you trust my sources over, you know, you know? I mean, literally, I don't, I try to give everything of the accurate information on these stimuluses. So, oh yeah, exactly. The bill hasn't passed yet, but they got to fight the Senate now. More likely, they're going to use a budget reconciliation to do 51 votes, pass it, and then in February do another one. Meanwhile, in between passing the next stimulus and then the next stimulus, in between, they're going to be focusing on impeaching this and barring Trump from running for office ever again in the U.S. Senate, which could happen. I mean, hypothetically, I'll be asking God, and if that happens, Donald Trump's going to have to put Don Jr., Ivanka, or Eric in. However, the real problem is with our beloved president is this: if he gets out of office, everyone can start prosecuting him to the fullest from other states and other criminal activities, Democratic states. And if that happens, he could lose his entire fortune. And that would be a sad day in hell for us all, which means that could give civil war just alone if they won't let him run again for public office. And that was something I wanted to say because we're all worried about that too. I mean, literally, it's a sideshow of a sideshow. Ugh, man, look at all this fucking work getting it done. I tell you that much. So Oh yeah, people are fucking literally suffering to no end. I mean, literally, the American people are fucking getting shit on. And Biden wants to come out tonight, tell his plan, get the American people on board. I mean, look, Georgia flipped blue. He promised $2,000. The Republicans could stonewall this and say, fuck you, we're not giving you any more stimulus. You flipped blue, Georgia blue, promising Georgia something, we're not budging. And then 2022, the House might just fill up with more Democrats because of it. And the Senate might lose too in 2022. Then the Senate might lose more in 2024 due to the fact that the American people are suffering. If the American people can't trust the Republicans, how can the Americans trust, you know, uh, you know, the Republicans? I mean, there's a lot of people out there. My dad was talking about Republicans. He said, this isn't about Republicans. This isn't about Democrats. He said, this is about American people suffering. And the American people will remember who helped and who didn't, you know. He said those Americans will remember on the election poll next. And he said that last night, but he also said that the American people, Big, might just basically vote AOC out in 2022 due to the fact that she doesn't want you to have a stimulus check. She thinks people get $2,000, they'll pay down their credit card payment. I mean, can you believe that? You're going to pay your credit card payment, so we can't help you with it. I don't support it. Bernie basically said he didn't support it. Now Bernie's like, yeah, I support it. And another guy said that, but now he's basically, he's basically retracting it, saying, yeah, give the American people the money, you know. So the next certification, by the way, of the election I heard was, no offense to anyone listening to me, is like the 22nd of 20th and 22nd is for the Senate. So, and apparently the Republicans are challenging the Georgian race again. So, anyways, that is something I got to tinkle again. That's what happens when you drink coffee too fast. By the way, everyone, this spreadsheet done. People are suffering. The American people want their money. Exactly. In less than an hour, we will be streaming the Biden campaign speech on ABC. So give me a minute. I'm going to tinkle. This is my break time anyways for spreadsheets, so I don't burn myself out, everyone. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Leaky plumbing at times, you know. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be seeing what Biden says. They just released the bill today, big, and if you stay around for the next less than an hour, we're all gonna be listening to it because I want to hear exactly what's coming out of the horse's mouth. Unlike some channels that sits there, we're gonna get $2,000 a month, we're getting $2,000 a month, woo woo, $2,000 a month, $2,000 a month, woo woo, don't listen to Rita, $2,000 a month, don't listen to Rita, $2,000 a month, woo woo, we're getting $1,000 a month, woo woo woo, getting $1,000 a month, don't listen to Rita. I've seen videos like that. I mean, literally. So a lot of people don't like me running my my a channel for hours upon hours. But you know what? It's worked so far, hasn't it, Big? There is a small following that knows exactly the truth. Most of these jackasses always, don't listen to Rita. Rita doesn't know. Don't listen to me. I need you to clickbait my motherfucking shit so I can get money. And people sit there and, they're like, oh, yeah, you're so great. You're so great, Kevin. Or, oh, yeah, don't listen to Rita, la late. They're all, I've seen people worshiping these people. All I want is for people to realize they're dipshits. I mean, they're making fucking 4 or 5 videos a day. And it really pisses me off that people sit there and then we get the fucking shaft, that big. And then there's one guy I listen to, but the guy basically is, I literally had to tell him, if you're going to listen, you need to, but yeah, literally, have I been wrong yet? I mean, not to inflate my head, but have I been wrong yet for any of my predictions or anything? Because if I am, please let me know so I can correct myself. Another one done. Sure, I got to help that, so I'm gonna try and get as many done as possible today. Oh yeah, that's what I said. Do I sound like I'm tooting my horn? Oh yeah, literally, I have not been. I've told everyone. Remember what I said a few months ago, Big. Remember what I said? I said I had a vision from God. Biden will be president. Pee Wee said, "Oh no, no, no. Where are we now? Biden's going to be president." I said Kamala Harris was going to be the vice president. We heard other people. Nope, Kamala Harris, because they wanted to try to implement that $2,000 UBI and get rid of Social Security. Fortunately, everyone would love 2,000, but what if the damn general fund ran out of money? No one's thinking about it. Social Security's got a trust fund. Leave the Social Security trust fund alone. And then I said that if there was going to be a stimulus, it'd be by my birthday. And if they did do a stimulus, I said, if there was a stimulus, it's going to be, Christmas time. I said they'll do it just because, they're being pressured to do it to try to win the election. And I said I'll blow up in their face because everyone's going to be bitching about how $600 is not enough. And Donald Trump knew this. Donald Trump knew that if the $600 wasn't going to, he knew that the American people were going to basically get shit on, literally. And that's what happened. They literally were fucking shit on. And, then Georgia flipped. And all they had to do was make secret messages and say, vote Democrat, get $2,000 a month. Vote Republican, get jack shit, And so they use the powers of money, and now they're trying to carry out the promise. And I find it to be completely disgusting that we have to see these people turn around and see this, I mean, that's the way it is, Big. I mean, we are literally sitting on the sidelines waiting for something. And that is where it gets really bad, you know. And that is why everyone looks to me and, you know, the inner circle because, you know, I mean, literally. However, I will tell you the report didn't say anything about extended food stamps, though. So I'm hoping to listen for that for some of the people. But you know what? The real question isn't about $2,000 a month. The real question, Big. Hey, Marco, Marky Mark in the Funky Bunch. Marky Mark in the Funky Bunch. Biden's gonna try. And that's what I was just getting to Big, Mark. You see, Big, the problem is the American people need the money. They're suffering. Unfortunately, it's up to they need like 10 or 17 Republicans or Democrats. So even with 15 or 51, they need 9 to 17 Republicans to basically get on board with this stimulus package. They might just do it just to get it over with and say, okay, now what? Oh, we're going to impeach Trump again? Okay, in the Senate. And then, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Excuse me for a minute. I'm looking for my Ziploc bag for a minute because I have a few little weenies I want to eat real quick for a snack because I'm having dinner tonight. I'm making steak. By the way, Chloe's birthday is coming up in 3 days. Anyone got any ideas of what I should get Chloe for Christmas? You think Biden will help? We're going to be running a stream, Mark, at 4:15 in approximately less than 45 minutes. So, no little weenie for you. I need to come. Oh, all right, take one. One. Take it. Dog wants a weenie. No, it's not a rock. The Republicans might stonewall. They need. Now, the problem, Mark, is you know how they rammed through the Affordable Care Act. They used the budget reconciliation, you know. So basically, what they're going to do is they're going to do the budget reconciliation bill, right? And to do that, they might just need 51 votes pass it, and then do another budget reconciliation bill with 51% of the vote, and do the same thing, you know, again for the next one. And by the way, the report I read, Mark, said we might get a fourth stimulus, which isn't bad in my opinion. So, a little snack. Boat should be in now, so Chloe should be working her way up the hill. Because they're going to give everyone $2,000, Ron. Weren't you paying attention, brother? $2,000 is what's in the bill right now. Biden's going to be speaking in approximately 45 minutes. We'll know then. I'm streaming it for us all. Like I said, Mark, all they need to do is a budget reconciliation bill, which means only 51 votes is needed, which means if every Democrat's on board with it in the Senate, they can pass it. All they do is to do a budget reconciliation in the House, and they can pass it too. Remember, the House controls the purse strings. Biden wants to get this package put together first, and then he wants to set up another package, which means more stimulus money, I assume, in February for us for a March payment, which means in between the next package, the third package, and the reconciliation of impeaching in the Senate, on the Senate trial for this bullshit thing that, what happened in D.C. That means they're going to have to take their time between more stimulus and criminal charges, Oh, and not to mention, while they're doing that, there's going to be some serious shit, too, coming down the pipe. They're going to ban AR-15s. Nope, you're wrong, Ron. My adopted mother is transgender. She gets $5,500 a month Canadian. That's only because Canada's population is 40 million. You do the math. 340 plus million, 40 million. Why should we pay more? We're the wealthiest country in the world. Personally, fiat money can be printed out like crazy, right? They can give everyone $10,000. It wouldn't matter. A debt doesn't mean shit anyways. The world economy, the only reason why debt means something is because all these wealthy people are number one, number two on the billionaires list. Yeah, so I'll be streaming it soon. Less than 45 minutes, 43 minutes. I got it set. So when it comes up, we'll be ready to go, Holmes. I'll get it set up 15 minutes beforehand. We should be fine. My neighbor today, she asked me, hey, is the internet password changed? I said, yeah. Why? Because he said my neighbor upstairs, he gave it to the neighbor that stole my games from me. Why should I be giving them free internet? Well, in my opinion, you owe them. Well, I don't give two shits. In my opinion, fuck off. Yeah, the last one. Can't deny my son is a little smoky. All right, back to spreadsheets I go. I got some Pepsi available if I need a soda. There's bourbon. I got bourbon. I hope bourbon's coming. My bourbon level is low. I told Chloe bourbon. She had like $300 cash I gave her, so I told her to go get some bourbon. Told her to get her lunch too. You should bring me back some of those biscuits too that are really good. She always brings those biscuits back. I always like them. I always say throw on some ham or something, and Anyways, so I took a little smoky break. That's why I'm taking time on my spreadsheets, Excuse me. So yeah, basically the stimulus we're gonna know more in 45 minutes or so, which everyone is stoked about because now we get to know, I love those little smokies. They're like really good. Even cold. So, hey Mark, you missed the adventure yesterday since you haven't been here. So I'll tell you what happened, So last night at 1 a.m., and that was not this morning, but yesterday morning, I was doing a video with my dad on Zoom. We were watching a video together. And I texted Dad. I said, Dad, I have a problem. He says, what is it? I think the old power's going to go out. And he said, oh, no. Power went out. 18 and a half hours, Mark. And Yeah, and then when I did get my power up and running, I went to check my news feeds. You know, it was like, oh yeah, Donald Trump was impeached again. You know, in the House. I'm like, knew that was coming. You know. And so I was laughing about that. You know, like, yep, what's next, right? So, anyways, I wanted to share that with you, and I thought it was funny. So I was like, you know what? You know, so power went out. I had to deal with crap. You know, for 18 and a half hours, no internet. Chloe's going insane. And so all of a sudden, right, I sent Chloe to town. She didn't come back. So, you know, she came back and says, oh, I don't really want to go. So I went down there and I was trying to get ice and stuff. My direct express card wasn't working because we had the county was out of power. Generators were running and stuff. So I decided to go ahead. When I come home, I went to both stores. They were picked clean. People were worried that the grocery store was going to be out of groceries for, for days or weeks. So they picked everything clean. So I come home. I'm depressed. I tell Chloe, you know, we can't get ice. We're going to have to get ice in the morning. Here's some cash. Keep it on hand. Get ice, you know. So, anyways, as I'm telling Chloe, she's like, why don't we just get rid of all our meat in our freezer and be done with it? I said, $6,000 in meat you want me to throw away? I said, if the APS lady um, um, that Dr. Paul found out, we'd be in a big world of hurt. So she turned around and as I was telling her, I get a knock on the door, thinking, great, it's that Paul guy, Mark. Turns out it was the sheriff. I spent three and a half hours talking to him. He said there was a report on APS. First, I was like, oh, fuck, APS again. Why is it they're harassing me, right? So I get through with the sheriff, and Chloe's leaving, you know, not leaving, you know. Well, she went down to the store and came back. And as the sheriff is getting ready to go in the car, he nudges me and says, hey, Rita, look at that. You sitting there for dry ice for your freezer, and she comes back with beer. Well, that was it, you know. And I sat down with her and I told Chloe, yep, Dr. Paul did this. And she got mad. She's like, fuck this guy. He wants to put me in a group home. Fuck this son of a bitch, you know. I got a camera on my door, but like I said, you know, the sheriff came, you know. Oh. So, you know, and then Chloe wasn't mad at me. She grabbed a beer, listened to me, and I said, yeah. And I told the sheriff, I ain't going to be showing up on my day. I'm not answering the door. And he says, you don't have to. And then he says, if the lady came back jokingly, he says, what would you do? I said, well, if I had my 12 gauge, I'd basically be my double barrel 12 gauge. I'd basically stick it in her face and say, get off my lawn. And he's like, oh, like Ace Ventura. I said, yeah, jokingly. I said, I'm getting tired of this shit, you know. And he joked with me. I said, I know I can't do that, but I will always picture that in my head. He's like, well, at least you got something going for you in your head. I said, yeah. Pretty much, I just don't want to deal with these fucking dicks, you know. Well, if I come with her, then what? Then I'm not dealing with her. There's nothing you can do. He says, I know. These people don't realize there's nothing that can be done, you know. I mean, literally, it was just as funny as funny can be, you know. But he was a great guy. Literally a great guy. And I couldn't complain at all. I was like, yeah, you're awesome, you know. But still, it's funny as hell, you know. Get off my lawn, you know. you know, Ace Ventura, you know. What do you want with Ray? You know, first of all, it's like, I'm here to get off my, and then, you know, or, you know, instead of Air Force One, is get off my lawn, you know. But yeah, I mean, so, anyways, like I said, Ron, you know, and Mark, so Sheriff got done last night. Power came back on, and my freezer's running just fine. Or is it? Oh, yeah, it's got lights. It's going good. Keeping my food cold. So, anyways, I got to check the ferry thing. I only got 2 spreadsheets left to do, and then I'll do a count up of how many I got to do tomorrow. Well, he should be back within the next 20 minutes, I would say, give or take. So what I do is I do real-time map. It'll tell me exactly where the boats are because that's what I love about it. And it says the Yaqui is leaving at Lopez at 3:40, so it's getting ready to depart. So I'm going to check schedule because if she took the 2:10, which is assuming, and the boat's in, she got in at 3:20, she would be here between 3:40 and 3:50, which means all I got to do is do this and turn on smart home and do front door cam. Or not. Oh, here we go. And because I'm muted, I don't have to hear myself. So Anna sent me a cute picture. I got 2 people that messaged me. Let me answer this. You know, I'm taking a break for a second. Yeah. So one of my close friends, Cactus, Chloe's ex-roommate, stated that she might be paying a substantial amount in taxes. Mute, so I don't have to hear myself. Good deal. So I thought I would share that with you all. So she's talking about a substantial amount of taxes. I will be checking something too. So I'm looking forward to seeing how you guys and I can see this. You know, me, I was like, yeah. So we'll see how it plays out. So I got the camera going, waiting for Chloe. Yeah, we are done with that one. Only one to go, and then I do a count. So in the meantime, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. All right, peeps. Let's get this last one done. I'll do a count up. See if I can hammer out some more tomorrow too, because I've had 2 sessions. Spreadsheets are almost done. So, anyways, we're getting close to our time, everyone. Let me see. So, we're just jamming, and lambing, I tell you. We'll get it done in no time. So, if you guys are wondering, I only got 2 entries left here, and then I'm good to go. And that is all she wrote. All right, so we have to prepare 20, let's see, 10, there's 26 minutes to go. So let's see if we got any streaming on any channels, because they're preparing for, we got ABC. Let's see. Hold on, let's mute this. because the volume I do not want on my laptop. Okay. And then I'm going to scroll for a second because I'm looking for something. There we go. Oh, here we go. I got it. All right. So what I'm going to do now, everyone, is I'm going to currently it's not letting me add this to whatever. So I'm going to move it over here. There we go. So we got our streaming set up already. We're just waiting patiently for Biden's remarks. Now let's go over the spreadsheets because I need to count them. How many did I miss this time? Because I always do it in a different order. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So out of 56 done today, 14 remain, which means I could do 7 and 7, or I could do as many as I want tomorrow while I do another discussion of stimulus checks. So waiting for Chloe to take the helm when she gets home. You know, taking the helm meaning she's gonna bring in and I'll put the groceries away while we stream our news update. So, or I can continue the spreadsheets while we are waiting for turn door cam back on because it's got a 10-minute setting. I just want to make sure I can see Chloe at the door. So, does anyone have any suggestions what I should get Chloe for her birthday? Because it's 3 days away. $20, say Merry Christmas or Happy Birthday, or so while we're waiting, I hope you guys will give me a memento or two. I want to go check the mail. A sock. Look, we're already ready to go, Mark. I don't know who you're dressing. Maybe you can explain it while I'm out for a second. I want to check the mail. Make sure packages are in our box. Do whatever, because that's what it is. It's almost dip time anyway. So, cheers to me getting work done today. Hey, Midlow. I'll be right back, son. Don't worry, camera's on. Jimmy. I was worried about you. What happened? Tell me. I was looking for Chloe. See if she was bringing me my bourbon. Did you find her? No, but I got a catalog for cigars, a coupon for some cigarettes, coupon for some pipe tobacco, useless coupons, and garbage. Oh, there we go. Sock full of diamonds. Yeah, well. Anyways, Chloe should be back by now. Dad emailed me and he says, "Oh, school's starting, Rita." And I said, "No, thanks. Not interested. Thanks, but no thanks. My family here on YouTube needs me more than me going to school for an hour to waste my time. You know." So I told Dad, thanks, but no thanks, I frankly don't want to do it, I'm tired of fucking doing this crap, Literally, Dad was pissed off I didn't get yesterday's thing. I said, "Well, I'm sorry, Pops, we had a power outage. What am I supposed to do? Sit around and be like, oh yeah, everything's great." So, got the door. Got my thing here. It says they'll start in 1 minute, so I will start streaming it in about a minute so we all can hear it. So, are we excited, everyone? Streaming live again with the Rita, and we're going to listen to, on the Rita show, what Biden's got to say about stimmy checks in approximately 15 minutos. Minitos! So, apparently it's stating that it will start, hold on, let's refresh this, make sure the frickin' page is going strong. Nope. So, we're still waiting patiently, Says it's supposed to happen at approximately 1600 my time. So we're waiting patiently. Yeah, I get it. ABC News is live. Big deal. So how come it's not allowing us to see this yet? We have 146 people waiting, and we're still waiting. So anyways, I know why. It's not 1400 yet. It'll boot up soon. Right now it is 17 seconds to go. Are we ready, everyone? I'm ready. We got 15 minutes afterwards. Hopefully he gets it done. No steak yet. Party of the time, party of the time, party of the time, party of the time. Boop. All right, so we have approximately 153 people watching, and they haven't set it up yet. So we're the last on the barrel, apparently. Well, I can check another stream real quick, too. So I got an email. ABC says it's ready to roll. So let me see. There we go. No, we don't want this. All right, let's just go back. All right, we're getting it. All right, let's stream this now. Let's put this on play on TV or device. There we go. All right, so what's going to happen is we're going to on wait mode. So the video is playing, and we have it playing on the screen here. So now we just wait for the live coverage to begin. So let's see what Biden says. We only got 13 minutes. All right, peeps, we're ready to roll. Let's get this party started. I'm going to use the restroom and keep waiting. I wonder what's taking Chloe so long. Should have been home by 3, you know. Let me check my Direct Express card. It'll tell me if she used any of it. She could be resting too because of the load, but highly unlikely so. Admiral, we have a visual on the shuttlecraft door. So far, nothing. Over. Mr. Scott, would you, aye, Admiral, turning it on again, turning on camera, on, activating camera for docking port, waiting for the docking port to come in. Nothing yet, everyone, just waiting patiently. We're waiting for the stimulus updates. Here we go. Camera on. All right, so I got camera going. Uhura, could you play this on the large screen as well? Aye, Captain. Good. Or here is fine. Yeah, play it there too. Main viewer on. Main viewer on. What's that? Main viewer on. Stimulus check update. Great. No. Where the fuck is my remote? No. Finally, full screen on. Now, where the fuck did my remotos go? Hey, what's up, Chloe?
Not much.
You get everything we need?
Almost. They didn't have the manicotti.
Manicotti? That's fine. We can always send you out to Wally World. They have it.
Yeah.
You might want to go to Wall World. Where's my remote again?
But yeah. But you got your pizza rolls. You got some steaks.
All right, I'm marinating those bad boys. Right, I want it, sir. Happen any of the cash? What about my bourbon? You get my bourbon I asked you about?
I get it another time.
Oh, great. No booze tonight?
I'm not drinking tonight either.
Oh, yeah. Well, I want to drink tonight.
I can always run up to the store here.
Right. More wasting money when I want a hard liquor.
Well,
So they didn't have bags of shrimp again.
They didn't. They just had that. And they didn't have the ring.
You do know we have a problem. We're running out of storage. Great. You know what? I'm gonna just throw this in the fridge. Fuck it.
I just got home.
I said I'm not bothering with this.
Okay.
I'm just gonna let some of this stuff go to waste because I'm not digging into the big freezer.
Get this cage right. I'll clean it right now.
You really want that?
Well, if it's in storage, yes.
Yeah, well, we don't have any storage. Here, give me a towel, man. I need a towel. A dirty towel.
I was planning to do it right when I got home, but you
We
want
don't
it.
have any room in the the top freezer. It's full.
I could just get a towel, lift it, and put some slice of stuff in.
No.
Yes.
Come here, Ebbs. Your cage is going outside. No. No. Come here. I'll put him in his box here.
Get to this cage in a minute. I just got home.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just got home. What do you expect?
I don't expect you to do it. I'm gonna put it outside there. I just expect to have this. Biden's getting ready, peeps.
I'm gonna have to get that external hard drive for next month. If I can. Because most of the 2 MMO games I have on there are getting new content soon.
Alright. See how much dribbled. Alright. Let me get this done, everyone. Did anything dribble? No, it didn't look like nothing dribbled. Not even on my computer. Alright. Good to go.
Let me cool off.
That's fine. Take your time. There. Take your time. Hey, peeps, what's up? We're all here together.
So what is this?
I'm talking about the stimulus plan, $2,000 per person.
Biden's gonna address it?
He's addressing it tonight.
President-elect?
Yeah. Okay.
1 week from now, President Biden.
Less than a week.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Biden being president.
So apparently we're supposed to be getting a phone call today.
From who?
Yes. In the
Paul.
first one.
Dr. Paul.
Yep. You named it.
What does he want?
Let's talk to you. I told him you were done with him. He said,
I'll
well,
tell
he
him
needs
that.
to hear from you. So
I'm done with him because look what he's doing.
he said he felt bad, but there's nothing he can do about it. He had to as a mandated reporter. Well, quote unquote.
Well, I'm done with him. Anyway,
So I got some shrimp defrosting for you tonight. They only gave us 1 package of hamburger.
that's 3 pounds.
Yeah, but they said limit 2.
Yeah,
Do you have my receipt?
I have it. So I have it somewhere.
And then you get.
I was also in a hurry to catch the bus back home. I only
Right.
had 10 minutes to shop there. Not sure where I put the receipt. I was in a hurry to get home.
Let's see.
Otherwise, I'd still be at the ferry terminal right now.
I guess I'll send you when you're cool to go get me some more beer tonight.
Yeah.
Since, I put in bourbon on the list.
Well,
What the fuck is this? Crab cakes? They put crab cakes in it or something, or
That's
herb butter.
Yeah, it's garlic butter.
Yeah.
I decided to get that. I figured, try it. We try it. I mean, we're going to try something new.
Hold that up. We're good to go, I guess. At least you got my. Oh, gee, thanks, Chloe. That's nice to know.
What?
Put on the shopping list organic syrup.
Organic syrup?
Yeah, it was $3.99 a bottle. I wanted organic syrup.
Sorry, I fucked up.
Ugh.
Look, again, I had 10 minutes to get in and get out.
Well, I can send you out tomorrow again. Still got some food stamps, so you can always go get more steak for us.
Fine.
And some extra pickles. Wanted baby dills. Oh well.
You didn't say
And
anything.
organic syrup.
You gotta explain specifically on the list.
Yeah, it was. It's a Signature Select organic syrup. It was on the list.
Well, sorry, I just saw the syrup thing. I was looking fast because I had to get in and out.
Well, maybe next time you should take a little extra time and grab lunch while you're at it. Since you have all that cash with you. You want to go out tomorrow?
Fine, I'll just leave earlier.
That's fine. By the way, if you do this for me, I'll make it worth your while.
And?
Oh, so now I gotta pay you.
Actually, what's the while?
Your birthday's coming up. You want steak or do you want freaking steak and shrimp? What do you want?
Steak and shrimp.
There you go. Then you can go get more.
Yeah.
However, the frozen shrimp is what I was trying to hint at because it was $6.99 a bag. You know, they have these bags. I'll show you the picture so you know. Give me a second. By the way, would you be kind real quick and grab me another paper towel? You probably want me to brief you what happened with Paul. Gladly do it while we're waiting for our election thing, Chloe. You know. So Paul turned around being a dick that he was and said he had no choice because I was telling him, oh, thank you. I was telling him that Saturday when I was getting ready to call the crisis line, remember how you said, don't fucking call, you said? Uh-huh. He said that's obstructing it, and he had to call APS for that reason. But APS basically heard something about food stamp fraud, which they're investigating, and something else. Can't remember what the other thing is.
Great, they're going to try to nail me on something.
They're not going to nail you because she can't touch you. Thing is
I'm done with him.
Yeah.
The guy's an asshole.
I told him that. Anyways,
well, the other thing is he's requesting information from you.
He tried to strong arm me and tell me, Chloe.
Uh-huh. Yeah?
I said, I'll be with you in a moment. I'm going to need some help for a second. There. While you're waiting.
Uh-huh.
He's been dying, hasn't he? I don't want the little guy having a heart attack.
Yeah. I'll get patiently soon. I want to watch this. This is important stuff.
Here we go, peeps. He's coming. Here we go.
I can't hear TV. Just keep it the volume down. You don't want to copyright it.
It's the Washington Post. What they do. Besides that, I don't know where the fucking TV remote is. It's going to come up there in a second anyways, this one. I just need the remote. I made the... No, did it fall? It probably fell. That's what happened. It fell. Nope, didn't fall. Just find it. Got the heater going.
You probably have it in the blanket somewhere. Or under the pillow. Check between the two comforters. Sometimes you have it there.
No. I'll get it volumed up in a second. In the meantime, we'll find it. We'll find it. We will find it. I don't think it fell. See a remote down there?
I don't.
Well,
It'll pop up in your face. Must have shifted around when we didn't have any power.
I had it last night. I used it with Dad, you know, and
Where's the last place you saw it?
on the bed.
When you made your bed, check underneath the bed on the front end. Sometimes it falls there.
No. I had it sitting here, and then
And check around there.
it sounds right here.
Just found the remote. They could have said 2 remotes lying around.
Yeah. He's going to talk about stimulus checks today.
The mic's back on. The mic's off.
Oh, man.
All right, peeps. We're all waiting patiently. So, it's 3 minutes past. We're still waiting for President-elect to come out. Here we go. Let's turn it up, peeps.
342 days since the virus has ravaged our nation, tragically claimed its first life. On February the 6th in 2020, Trisha Dowd took her last breath at home under the California sun in Santa Clara. She was 57 years old, a beloved wife,
Here we go, peeps.
mother, daughter, sister. She never knew she had the virus, at the time when most folks never heard about the virus. But just like that, she was gone. And almost exactly 1 year later, nearly 400,000 of our fellow Americans have met the same cruel fate. Countless families and friends left behind with unrelenting grief and guilt, anger, and frustration. And the emptiness felt by the loss of life is compounded by the loss of our way of life. During this pandemic, millions of Americans, through no fault of their own, have lost the dignity and respect that comes with a job and a paycheck. Millions of Americans never thought they'd be out of work. Many of them never even envisioned the idea, are facing eviction, waiting for hours in their cars to feed their families as they drive up to a food bank. Millions have kept their jobs, but have seen their hours and paychecks reduced, barely hanging on as well. That's happening today in the United States of America. Just as in the midst of the dark winter of this pandemic, as cases, hospitalizations, and deaths spike at record levels, there is real pain overwhelming the real economy. One where people rely on paychecks, not their investments, to pay for their bills and their meals and their children's needs. You won't see this pain if your scorecard is how things are going on Wall Street. But you will see it fairly clearly if you examine what the twin crises of a pandemic and this sinking economy have laid bare. the growing divide between those few people at the very top who are doing quite well in this economy and the rest of America. Just since this pandemic began, the wealth of the top 1% of the nation has grown roughly $1.5 trillion since the end of last year, 4 times the amount for the entire bottom 50% of American wage earners. Some 18 million Americans are still relying on unemployment insurance. Some 400,000 small businesses have permanently closed their doors. And it's not hard to see that we're in the middle of the once in several generations economic crisis with a once in several generations public health crisis. The crisis of deep human suffering is in plain sight. There's no time to waste. We have to act, and we have to act now.
Hey, Moppy.
This is what economists are telling us. More importantly, it's what the values we hold dear in our hearts as Americans.
You hearing this, everyone?
A growing chorus of top economists agree that the moment of crisis, in this moment of crisis, with interest rates at historic lows, we cannot afford inaction. It's not just that smart fiscal investments, including deficit spending, are more urgent than ever. It's that the return on these investments in jobs, racial equity, will prevent long-term economic damage, and the benefits will far surpass the cost. A growing number of top economists have shown even our debt situation will be more stable, not less stable, if we seize this moment with vision and purpose. And so tonight, I'd like to talk to you about our way forward. The 2-step plan of rescue and recovery. The 2-step plan to build a bridge to the other side of the crisis we face to a better, stronger, more secure America. Tonight, I'll lay out my first step, the American Rescue Plan, that will tackle the pandemic and get direct financial assistance and relief to Americans who need it the most. Next month, my first appearance before a joint session of Congress, I will lay out my Build Back Better recovery plan and make historic investments in infrastructure, that Build Back Better plan. Infrastructure, manufacturing, innovation, research and development, clean energy. Investments in a caregiving economy and in skills and training needed by our workers to be able to compete and win in the global economy of the coming years. Moody's, an independent Wall Street firm, said my approach will create more than 18 million good-paying jobs. Our rescue and recovery plan is the path forward with both seriousness of purpose and a clear plan, with transparency and accountability, with a call for unity that is equally necessary. And unity is not some pie-in-the-sky dream. It's a practical step to getting the things we have to get done as a country get done together. As I said when it passed in December, the bipartisan COVID-19 relief package was a very important first step. And I'm grateful for the Democrats, Republicans, and independent members of Congress who came together to get it done. What I said at the time, it's just a down payment.
Down payment, see?
More bipartisanship. And we need to move quickly. We need to move fast. Our rescue plan starts aggressively in order to speed up our national COVID-19 response.
Coronavirus.
Vaccines offer so much hope.
Coronavirus.
We're grateful to the scientists and researchers and everyone who participated in the clinical trials. We're also grateful for the rigorous review and testing that has led to millions of people around the world already being vaccinated safely. But the vaccine rollout in the United States has been a dismal failure thus far. Tomorrow, I will lay out our vaccination plan to correct course and meet our goal of 100 million shots at the end of my first 100 days as president. This is one of the most challenging operational efforts we have ever undertaken as a nation. We'll have to move heaven and earth to get more people vaccinated, to create more places for them to get vaccinated, to mobilize more medical teams to get shots in people's arms, to increase vaccine supply,
Mm-hmm.
and to get it out the door as fast as possible. We'll also do everything we can to keep our educators and students safe, to safely reopen a majority of our K through 8 schools by the end of the first 100 days. We can do this if we give the school districts, the schools themselves, the communities, the states, the clear guidance they need, as well as the resources they need that they can't afford right now because of the economic dilemma they're in. That means more testing and transportation, additional cleaning and sanitizing services in those schools, protective equipment and ventilation systems in those schools. We need to make sure that workers who have COVID-19 symptoms are quarantined, and those who need to take care of their family members with COVID-19 symptoms should be able to stay home from work and still get paid. This will reduce the spread of the virus and make sure workers get the support they need to maintain their families. But we need about $400 billion in funding from Congress to make all of what I just said happen. It's a great deal, but I'm convinced we are ready to get this done. The very health of our nation is at stake. Our rescue plan also includes immediate relief to Americans hardest hit and most in need. We will finish the job of getting a total of $2,000 in cash relief to people who need it the most. The $600 already appropriated is simply not enough. We just have to choose between paying rent and putting food on the table. Even for those who kept their jobs, these checks are really important. You see, if you're an American worker making $40,000 a year with less than $400 in savings, maybe you've lost hours, or maybe you're doing fewer shifts, driving a truck or caring for the kids or the elderly. You're out there putting your life on the line to work during this pandemic and worried every week that you get sick, lose your job, or worse. $2,000 is going to go a long way to ease that pain. We'll also provide more peace of mind for struggling families by extending unemployment insurance beyond the end of March for millions of workers.
September.
That means that 18 million Americans currently relying on unemployment benefits, while they look for work, can count on these checks continuing to be there. Plus, there will be a $400 per week supplement.
$400.
People can make ends meet. This gets money quickly into the pockets of millions of Americans who will spend it immediately on food and rent and other basic needs. As the economists tell us, that helps the whole economy grow. We'll also tackle the growing hunger crisis in America. As I speak, and the Vice President-elect has spoken to this many times, 1 in 7 households in America, more than 1 in 5 Black and Latino households in America, report they don't have enough food to eat. This includes 30 million adults and as many as 12 million children. It's wrong. It's tragic. It's unnecessary. It's unacceptable. So we're going to extend emergency nutritional assistance for 43 million children and their families enrolled in the SNAP program through the rest of this year. We'll help hard-hit restaurants.
See, families and children. Didn't say anything about people like Chloe or I.
We'll invest $3 billion in making sure mothers and their young children have the nutrition they need. This will not only meet our moral obligation we have to one another, but will also spur our economic growth, get restaurants and workers back on the job. And as we work to keep people from going hungry, we'll also work to keep a roof over their heads, to stem the growing housing crisis and evictions that are looming. Approximately 14 million Americans are falling behind on rent, many at risk of eviction. If we don't act now, there'll be a wave of evictions and foreclosures in the coming months as the pandemic rages on. This would overwhelm emergency shelters, increase COVID-19 infections as people have nowhere to go and can't socially distance. Next week, we'll take action to extend nationwide restrictions on evictions and foreclosures. This will provide more than 25 million Americans greater stability instead of living on the edge every single month. And I'm asking Congress to do its part by funding rental assistance for 14 million hard-hit families and tenants. It will also be a bridge to economic recovery for countless mom-and-pop landlords. These crises are straining the budgets of states and cities and tribal communities that are forced to consider layoff and service restrictions of most needed workers. It means that people putting their lives at risk are the very people now at risk of losing their jobs. Police officers, firefighters, all first responders, nurses, educators. You know, over the last year alone, over 600,000 educators have lost their jobs in our cities and towns. Our rescue plan will provide emergency funding to keep these essential workers on the job and maintain essential services. We will ensure that vaccines are administered and schools can reopen. Vice President-elect Harris and I are speaking with county officials, mayors, governors of both parties on a regular basis. We're ready to work with them, help them get the relief they need. Our rescue plan will also help small businesses that are the engines of our economic growth, our economy as a whole. The glue that holds communities together as well. But they're hurting badly. And you realize they account for nearly half of the entire total U.S. workforce. Our rescue plan will provide flexible grants to help those hardest hit small businesses survive the pandemic. And a low-cost capital.
Low-cost capital, right.
Create and maintain jobs, plus provide the essential goods and services to communities depend on. Last week, I laid out how we'll make sure that our emergency small business relief is distributed swiftly and equitably, unlike the first time around. We're going to focus on small businesses on Main Street.
And what cleaning
So
supplies
focus
are
on
we going to need
minority
next
owned
month?
small businesses. Women
I'll order 'em.
Finally having equal access to the resources they need to reopen and to
We just
rebuild.
want to make sure that we have them already
And
together.
we will be responsible.
So Aunt Tara's watching on her TV, so we better show your scruffy little face. I mean, cute little face. Party all the time, party all the time. Mama's going to get beer for Rita. I'm your mama.
Next month I was going to go lower for external hard drive, but I was also going to get cleaning supplies as needed.
Oh, elements to the American Rescue Plan. That would
Maybe if I can, I might look into a new
Americans out of
vacuum
poverty.
cleaner for the
Cut
house.
child poverty in half.
Yeah, cool.
External hard drive and a vacuum cleaner I need.
Lift it out of poverty if we move. Our plan
I'll try to get a
reduce
better,
poverty
try to get what we better than we
by
have right now.
reduce poverty and spending.
When it doesn't
by almost
quit on me in the middle of the
40%.
job.
Yeah.
It includes much
The one I
more.
currently have, I'm in the middle of vacuuming, all of a sudden it quits and you have to let it cool down for it to turn it back
People
on.
tell me that's going to be hard to
That's a
Florida
nuisance.
just
That's
passed
just,
as divided as that state is. They just passed it.
now I have to sit around and wait
Country's
for
ready
it
to move
to
as well.
work again.
It should be a national menu.
Hear that, everyone? $15 per hour is what he wants to do. Can you believe that? $15 an hour.
That's what it means. You work.
So tomorrow it seems Chloe's going out again. By the way, they have some $5 deals. That's what I'm thinking of doing since you're going out there for me again. Being generous because your birthday's coming up.
What is it?
$5 at the deli for a 2-pound meatloaf. You can have meatloaf for lunch. What do you say?
Of the American people. Then we can move.
Yeah, my birthday's on Sunday this year.
To my bill.
Yeah, you might want to get me some cake mix too.
That I will call for
Yeah,
next
brownie
month
mix as well.
to generate even more
We'll get something.
American
Meatloaf.
manufacturing.
Yeah, I would like to have some meatloaf. Have a little bit of mashed potatoes with it.
It will be so again.
Gravy.
Imagine.
They give you gravy, but they don't give you mashed potatoes with it. They just sell you meatloaf. If you want a little bit of mashed potatoes, they might have something in the deli for that.
Yeah. We'll
We
figure it
lose
out.
taxpayers' dollars.
So they didn't have. You went into the freezer section of Stouffer's and didn't find the.
They have one.
Well, I guess you have to go to Walmart next month. I've been craving manicotti, everyone.
Increasingly competitive world.
I just want to see what it looks like when you have
Imagine
one.
historic investments, research and development.
Manicotti, they're like this big and they're full of cheese. They're like a tamale but filled with cheese. With they're good.
I think next month I might give myself tamales.
Clean energy. Imagine confronting
Have some
climate
tamales.
crisis, job and ingenuity leading the world.
This guy's spewing a lot of gas tonight. Let's hope he can actually pass his bills.
And to finally start building
Because we know right after stimulus is done for third stimulus and fourth stimulus package in February, this is another down payment.
Ports to make them more climate resilient, to make them faster, cheaper, cleaner, to transport American-made goods across our country and around the world. That's how we compete. And imagine millions of jobs in the caregiving economy to ease the financial burden of caring for young children and aged loved ones.
Hi, Moon.
Let's make sure our caregivers
Little guy wants some water and food soon.
at the same pay and dignity that they deserve.
Yeah, all right, then you go get my beer. Yeah.
You know, I know what I just described.
But yeah, meatloaf.
The failure to do so will cost us dearly.
Go get
The consensus among leading economists is we simply cannot afford not to do what I propose here.
Talking about him, not you.
Respected institutions from around the world, from the Federal Reserve, and the international.
He's not my president.
Underscore the urgency.
Anyway, see, look.
Even Wall Street firms have reinforced the
$5 deal right
If
here,
we
see?
invest now, bold,
Meatloaf.
smart,
Cool.
with unwavering
Now she's got
focus
way
on
too
American
hamburger
workers
for
and
$5.
families,
Wow.
will strengthen our economy,
See, this is what I was talking
reduce
about.
inequity, put our nation's
See
long-term
it.
finances
Oh,
on
the
the most
Wagyu?
sustainable course.
Or whatever you're going to show me.
And where we're making permanent investments, recurring investments. As I said in the campaign trail, we will pay for that by making sure that everyone pays their fair share. Not punishing anybody.
Yeah.
Real.
Without punishing a single person by closing tax loopholes for companies that ship jobs.
Maybe you can get me some
For the law-
ground sausage tomorrow, too, if you want me to make you up some gumbo.
Pay zero in federal taxes.
Yep.
Asking everyone to pay their fair share at the top. So we can make permanent investments to rescue and rebuild America.
Oh, yeah. Tax the shit out of the middle and middle and rich class just to pay for the poor. Good work, Biden.
I believe we have a moral obligation in this pandemic in America. We cannot let people go hungry. We cannot let people get evicted. We cannot watch nurses, educators, and others lose their jobs. We so badly need them. We must act now and act decisively. My fellow Americans, decisions we make in the next few weeks and months are going to determine whether we thrive in a way that benefits all Americans, whether we stay stuck in a place where those at the top do great, while economic growth for most everyone else is just a spectator sport, and where American prospects dim, not brighten. These investments will determine whether we
Where you going?
Just
reassert
back there for a little bit.
American leadership.
You doing what I think you're doing? Okay.
We're better equipped to
Hey, I'm in a game tonight for a bit.
Should. What are you playing?
whether we watch
No. I got 3 games on my mind.
What are they?
together. I know
Oblivion, Skyrim,
choose
Stardew Valley, and Diablo 3.
so we can own the 21st century. But even with all these bold steps, it's going to take time to get where we need to be. There will be stumbles,
Right.
but I will always be honest with you about both the progress we're making and what setbacks we meet. And here's the deal. The more people we vaccinate, the faster we do it, the sooner we can save lives, put this pandemic behind us, back to our lives and our loved ones. And the sooner we can rescue and rebuild the American economy, the biggest and most profitable engine in the world. I know it's been nearly a year that tested us beyond measure. For all of
We
you
can get
folks,
through the Spanish flu. We can get through this one.
I know that feeling looking at an empty chair across the table.
Tell you one thing.
All of you fall on hard times. I know you can never get back what you lost, but as your
Oh,
president,
yeah. It sounds like you're pinning the blame on our president.
and every person matters. From the very first to the nearly 400
Diarrhea of the mouth.
lost American souls and counting, to the millions of you just looking for a fighting chance in this economy, I promise you, we will not forget you. We understand what you're going through.
Right.
We will never, ever give up. And we will come back.
Actually, brother, we will be getting it.
We didn't get into all this.
God told me this.
We won't get out of it overnight. And we can't do it as a separated and divided nation. The only way we can do it is to come together. To come together as fellow Americans, as neighbors, as the United States of America. And when we do,
As neighbors, come on. Country's divided because of you people.
when America acts as one, there's never been a single thing you've been unable to do, no matter how complicated.
Yeah, but once they put AR-15 ban on the damn thing, then the country ain't gonna be united.
I want you to know, I give you a word, I see the promise. The promise as well. We've seen clearly what we face now.
Yeah,
And I remain so optimistic.
but even if you're optimistic and promising,
as optimistic as I've ever been, we have everything we need, but the will must be demonstrated. So come Wednesday, we begin a new chapter. Vice President-elect and I will do our best to meet all the expectations you have for the country and the expectations we have for it. I'm confident. I'm truly confident. Together, we can get this done and come out better off than when we went into this crisis. God bless you all. May God protect our troops.
wow. There we go, everyone. Let's talk about this now. I did get a vision from God. There will be $2,000. Fortunately, Biden has left. Now we just gotta wait. And let's discuss this. So, first of all, the guy was spewing a lot of stuff, and the vice president was sitting on it, vice president-elect, or as we call vice president camel toe-elect, basically was just sitting there pretty as pretty can be. Oh, wait. Okay, so they're not basically taking questions. They're not taking questions. So now we just wait. So now we get to see if there was any comments. We'll wait and see. So, anyone got any private comments for me? So, he spoke, he listened. What does this mean exactly? No questions? He went in, he basically said what he said. By the way, that whiskey in the bottle there is looking pretty good about now. I might take a toot. Cousin's having a beer. I'm waiting for Chloe to go get beer. But by the time the whiskey's done, I'll be feeling pretty good anyways, waiting for my beer. So, I got to get a pan ready eventually because I got to start marinating some meat soon. There we go. We are good to go now. So what's that tell us? He promises, let's just close this out. He promises $2,000. He promises he can get it done. He can't promise jack shit because, frankly, unless he does a budget appropriation, which only requires 51 votes, the Senate will not pass it. And all they need is a majority to pass. Let's close this out. There we go. So, one fact, tell you. Time to talk about this thoroughly. Means he can't pass it. Just like, he needs 60 votes to pass gun control. So Republicans are on board. People are going to lose the AR-15s, maybe their semi-automatic handguns, and then they might just say that revolvers, single action, and muskets are the safest. Personally, I think the guy is full beans. Camel Toe Harris, Camel Toe Harris. Or I Queefed Harris. Yep. So I got steak to make tonight, shrimp and the frosting. I'm having a shot of whiskey or two. So let's talk about this stimulus thing. He didn't give the breakdown of the numbers. He just said he wanted to help everyone, struggling Americans. But the question is at what cost? At what cost? That's the question. At whose cost? Just preparing. At what cost? That is the question. At what cost are we going to be paying for grandkids and great-grandkids? Here we go. At what cost? How many people? Huh? How many fucking people are going to be paying for this thing? You heard him. $5 billion in taxes. We're going to raise the middle class. We're going to raise the poor. Time my cousin gets out of this alive, he's going to be pissed poor under the Biden administration. And on top of this, everyone is focusing on, sorry, Boon, focusing on trial and removal of office so he can never run again. What type of country is this? Oh, we're going to remove Trump because we don't like him. Bullshit, I tell you, bullshit. They should just leave him alone. But no, they don't want him running. But that's okay. His kids can run. And he'd probably get his kids in, no problem. Unless the rumors are true. You're like, what rumors are that? That every state, Democratic state, is ready to pounce on Trump when he gets out. Letting him lose his fortune. For what? So his whole family can go to jail. So he can go to jail. So you guys don't have to ever remember in the history books, supposedly he was the worst president in the world. Who the hell is this? So why would a lady email me about... So, lady emails me a Word document, but doesn't say anything. So, this lady wants me to buy quarter, half, or whole beef. Like, I really need that much, you know. One cow has 6 hearts. Didn't know that. Like, I need. Well, let's look at this. So, like, I need 2 kidneys, two tongues, 2 livers, 2 hearts. Like, I need 400 pounds of meat, 22 pounds of soup bone, 16 pounds of briskets, 4 pounds of back ribs, 18 packs of short ribs, 12 pounds of shanks, 20 pounds of stew meat. Like, I need 155 pounds of ground meat. Cross rib roast, 10 pounds of that. Eye round roast, 15 pounds. Arm roast, 15 pounds. Chuck roast, 15 pounds. Tri-tip, flanks, etc. 15 pounds. Cube steak, 10 pounds. Stir fried, 10 pounds. Top round, 5 pounds. Sirloin tip, 6 pounds. 10 pounds of that. 18 rib steaks. T-bones, 24 pounds. Like, I really need that much beef. I mean, literally, I got plenty of lamb. So, literally, why the fuck would some lady email me? I inquired about that a while ago, right? Literally. And by the way, Ron, we will be getting our stimulus checks. Trust me, the government's promising now that Georgia flipped blue, and then after they give us our stimulus checks, they're going to go take away everyone's AR-15s because they can be dicks. Cheers to having our guns taken away. Oh, not to mention semi-automatic, anything that shoots more than 6 or 5 rounds in the magazine that can fast rapidly, they might just pull the plug. So you might end up with muskets, musket rifles, crossbow, bow and arrow, or a black powder. So, better get this down. So, I mean, literally, email comes in. I was like, oh, my cousin emailed me. Nope, it was a fucking thing about fucking meat. Go figure, you know. Go figure. So, tonight I'm having steak for dinner. Steaks, you know, a couple steaks, marinating. Secret is to fire it down before you throw up. There you go. Whoa. Cheers to my cousin. Hopefully, when they get settled in Texas, they can send me an invitation. I can move in with them. Yep. Then I can leave this island. It's getting harder and harder to get stuff. Anyways, you guys are probably wondering, Dinky included, she's watching. I already got 12 lambs coming, by the way, Dink. That's why I don't really need more meat. Which, by the way, you're probably curious what happened. I'm glad you're with me. I'll tell you the story now. So, last night, yesterday morning at 1 a.m., power went out. We had landslides, mudslides, avalanches, not here though, floods, gale force winds, almost hurricane force winds, swells, small craft advisors. I mean, no boats can leave the harbor. And what happened? Power goes out. Well, it made me insane for 18 and a half hours. So, we missed a phone call, right? Missed a phone call. All of a sudden, Jim Beam's good, by the way. All of a sudden, I go out after Chloe refuses to go to the store. Another half gallon of bourbon, some beer, some other stuff, and guess up. And so what happened? I come back and Chloe said, well, where's the supplies? You know, where's my chicken tenders? Where's the, you know, I told her to get some, you know, me being generous. You know, I have a heart of gold. So Chloe says the power's not coming back on. We need to dispose of $6,000 in meat. So I was having a discussion with her. Hold on 1 second. You're going to love this story the most. I had a shot of whiskey to tie me over. When you get back, I should have the steaks marinating. So we'll send you out. What time? 5:55 in the morning? 8 is fine too. He won't be calling you till Tuesday now, is what I understand. If you tell him to. Anyways, I was just getting to that story, so let me finish the story. So anyways, here we go. So I'm sitting around at home, and I tell Chloe, Yankee, what the fuck is going to happen if the APS lady or Dr. Paul finds out you want to dispose $6,000 of meat in a freezer? Just give up like that. So I go into the safe. I'm here with some cash. Go get some ice. We'll stack it up in the freezer. And we'll keep buying ice till ice is out. And then we can say we tried our best to save our meat. All of a sudden, bam, 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 bam. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Chloe's like, I don't want a group home. I'm like, that better not be Dr. Paul or my advocate. Bam, 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 bam. I'm like, I'm coming. So I open the door. Walk out onto the thing. My jammies. I said, hello, officer. Am I under arrest or something? He says, no. I'd like to talk to you, Rita. I said, okay. I said, what's this about? He says, we got a report about APS. I said, again, this is the 4th fucking time. He says, oh, who had the 3rd report? Eric. I'll get the report from him. And please bring me a copy. I guarantee I will. I said, let me get my robe on, since I was in my jammies, and I had this shirt on, and then my jammies, as everyone knows, Poppy thinks that my jammies was sacrificed or done on purpose, as you can see, for Dinky's purpose. There's a hole here, there's a hole here, and there's a giant hole here. So since Dinky's watching, she could see. And it's tearing right here. So earlier, I thought the officer was there because I said, well, I had the window open, my nipples, or one of my nipples was showing. He said, no, people don't look that close unless they have a camera and binoculars, and then they just probably enjoy looking at your nipples. I said, okay. So I went up with him. I said, Eric said I couldn't do it, but can I see the report, please? All right. And he handed it to me. I bullshit, 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 went all the way down. All it said is financial, yeah, you know what that is. Financial exploitation. So I sat there and before I went out, I said, I'll explain it later, Chloe. Well, Chloe came up and she says, oh, I'm going to go to the store after I was talking to him for like an hour and a half. So we chuckled. Chloe's like, oh, the power's out because Trump turned it off to stay in office. So he and I joked about it. Then we had other jokes. And then finally, Chloe leaves. And I said, look, for 3 fucking years, we've tried everything we can. Chloe's mom is the problem. He says, yeah, I know Chloe's mom is. Chloe's mom's like on the phone to the sheriff in case that they tried touching her child. He says, I've had to deal with her myself. I'm like, well, what do we do? Nothing. Till this pandemic's over, just ride it out. He said, has she been suicidal? Yeah, she was today. What for? She doesn't want to eat cold beans or cold ravioli or spaghetti. He says, I wouldn't do it either, but why kill yourself over it? I said, Earl, she'll eat a can of cold tuna and be done with it tonight. Well, so all of a sudden, he nudges me because he's a great guy, second in command. So he's like, hey, Rita, before we go, you want one more joke? I said, yeah. Seems she really knows how to get ice. I looked over and the entire cart was filled with beer. I said, you putting that in your report? He says, I have to. I said, what? You're going to report it? By the time the lady comes out, which beer is yours? Mine's the Guinness. Did you pay for the other beer? Yes. I said it's a finder's fee or delivery fee. He's like, man, that must be bad. I said, well, the other day I was going to send her to get a sandwich from me. He said, what happened? I put my foot down and said no, and she didn't want to eat 4 baskets of fries. She wanted a sandwich too, so I said, fuck it. He's like, amen. I said, otherwise, it's a delivery fee. Then he asked my food stamp fraud. I said, dude, so she doesn't give me the receipts all the time. What are you going to do? I mean, look. Says here, everything was paid for by my food stamp for my eating tonight, except for the cookie. Cookie was paid for $2 in cash. Cash, it says here, cash for jumbo cookie. I told Chloe tomorrow, use some cash since I gave her $300 in cash to get a meatloaf for her for lunch. She's going out again, which means I get to spend all day tomorrow doing spreadsheets with you guys. All day tomorrow. Mind you, I'm going to finish this bottle tonight, fucking, just because I can. But yeah, she turned around, and Chloe's like, well, tomorrow you should take a bath because you're ripe. Well, I know I'm ripe. I'm ripe because I'm ripe with the mail because I haven't had a bath, but fuck, And Ron, you're saying you're not getting it? No, God already told me we are. And by the way, if my family can believe in my prophecies through up there, even though they're not religious, and I told everyone Biden will be our president, everyone said I was full of shit. Even if the election was stolen or rigged, you got to understand, I wasn't inaccurate either. People said Condoleezza Rice or Susan Rice or this person and that person was going to be vice president. I said in July, it's going to be Kamala Harris. Where is it? Where are you now on this, huh? I mean, literally, it is Kamala Harris. Plain and simple. Kamala Harris is our president, our vice president, which, Camel Toe Harris is going to turn around and basically make sure that Joe Biden gets kicked out. And then we have Vice President Pelosi. And Pelosi's going to try something, I bet. If not, it's just something God hasn't given me the vision. But I did tell you, Ron, God did say 2,000 will be on the table for us. And if they do screw over the people that retired and disabled, I guarantee there's going to be fucking riots in the streets. Because if they can riot in Washington, D.C., quote unquote, and I'm just saying this from my perspective. I'm not saying go ahead and riot. I don't condone violence. But if they do not get their checks, they will riot in the fucking streets, I think. And I'm not saying it. I say don't do it. Just go to the voting polls. If you don't get your $2,000, vote Republican. That balances the House and Senate out. What if the House flips red and the Senate basically flips red, and you got a vice president or a president that's Republican, or a vice president becomes president who's a Democrat? Then what? I mean, right now, I bet you what's going to happen in the 2022 and 2024 elections is this. The House will flip red. More likely, God hasn't given me the vision yet, if they try to remove Trump and ban him from running from again. And if he happens, that's it, I mean, literally, he wanted a third term to clear up his second term. Second term was going to be his first term, and his third term was his second term. But nope, Congress wanted him out, and that's because they don't like him. Well, why? Because they're banning China. They're saying no to Chinese crap. Literally, I was telling my cousin last night, she thought I disowned her. And I said, no, I didn't disown her. She should realize that if there's an emergency, okay, I told her this time and time again, if there's emergency, right? At first, the sheriff looked at me yesterday, and he said there was a welfare check done on you. And the first thing I'm thinking is, great, my cousin's doing this. Well, at least she knows to check in at this time and time because I'm not online. Well, I decided I need to get a prepaid phone that's dirt cheap, that runs, So I ordered my government phone to be mailed to me again. Plain and simple. So I have it just in case my family needs to text me. They know my old number is still active, and it's under my account. So I ordered that, and then I was like, I ordered a new phone. Should be here in a couple of weeks, blah, blah, blah. And that might be better for Chloe. She could take that damn thing with her and call me up like, what do you want? You want organic syrup? Not sugar made with pure corn syrup and whatever, doodad. By the way, Chloe, it's 5:06. So you know how it is. So I'm sitting around because Boon Boon wants his cage clean, and he's not happy. He's not happy that he's got poo in there. And he's got to eat his poo, and he has no water. So I'm going to have to put some water in there to make sure the little guy gets drinky, you know. Because Chloe's one of those that likes to do. And that's the thing. The sheriff says a real woman would follow through with their plans. Not be like, well, I'll do it at 5, and at 7 o'clock the cage is cleaned, you know. Or I'll do your beer run at 9, you know. I mean, literally, yesterday was one of those bad ideas, you know, when it came to everything falling apart. So when he said welfare check, I finally asked who, and he said, oh, APS. I was like, shit. Well, I told the guy today, I got to tell you today's meeting, okay? And as I told Dinky, I went down to the fucking stores yesterday. She knows which ones I'm talking about. My cousin's awesome. I went in, they were picked fucking clean. There was, do not come into this area. There's no food. And the sign says this area is closed off due to no food. Everything was stuffed up meat-wise. So I told my cousin Dinky, I said, the fucking place was picked. She said, oh, it must be these fucking Bidenites. Yep, Bidenites are panic buying again. I, of course, was more worried about blocks of ice for my freezer. And then, you know, the police officer had to put in that Chloe was willing to throw away $6,000 of meat for his APS report. And I said to him, okay, here's what happened. So I was talking to him, and I said, do you think she needs a group home? He said, yeah. But do you think she's going to get a group home? I said, no. No, we'd have to build 10 million group homes around the country to put everyone that needs one in. We're not going to build those. The government ain't. They're going to basically dump it on the mental facilities. The mental facilities are kicking them out. So today, right? So today, I was talking to my advocate, Courtney, and I said, you know, my cousin and I shared my email with with Courtney about Dinky, because she's got to release info to talk to Dinky if she wants to. And I said, quote, unquote, see right here where she's worried about me? My advocate, she's like adopted sister of mine. She says, hey, if I buy some steaks from Safeway, can you marinate them soon? Sure. Right on. I love you, Rita. You make the best steak in the world. My kids want them too again. She says, you can tell your cousin I got your back. I said, were you a Marine? She says, no, but I got your back. I'm not going to let you fail. And you're not going to a group home. I said, well, about Chloe? Chloe ain't going to one either, she said. She said, I spoke to Zach today, and Zach said the same thing. I actually had a release for you. And I said, Zach, what was the context of this call? That's why she was on that. And he explained it well. Paul says, well, you know, I had to do it because Chloe was not letting you call crisis for her. And she definitely needs a mental hospital and then needs a group home. I said, you know, and then Courtney said, you know, Paul, I read Rita's private email from her and her cousin Dinky, and her cousin Dinky does not want her being there. I don't see Rita being any problem. She needs her independence, and I agree. But I said, do you think Chloe's really going to fucking leave, sir? Well, if I have... Her mom's already put it in her head to stay fucking put during a pandemic. And because you called APS on Chloe investigating for financial extortion, she's basically not going to have anything happen to her, nor me, nor is it, I'm going to be classified as vulnerable. Therefore, you've just wasted your fucking time again. Well, I don't think it's the way. Courtney said to me, you know, Rita's cousin Dinky, myself, Janine, Samantha, Stephanie, Ashley, and Lenore called. Plus, Chloe's ex-roommate. Firecracker. Third time, didn't work. Second time, didn't work. First time, didn't work. So where are we again? He's like, well, I'm a mandated reporter, and Rita said I could. And I thought she needed it. She's in a desperate situation. I said, look, the son of a bitch turned around and basically used the first and last name and said exactly what city she lives in. That's basically saying go and target her. I don't condone violence. It'd be like my cousin Dinky in Oregon, right? I don't tell you what city she's in, but all of a sudden the address comes up, you know, and she knows martial arts. She'll take care of, kick everyone's ass. But the point is, she's well protected with her martial arts. But someone like Chloe basically like, oh yeah, Dinky lives and blah blah. She knows she would never give my family up or her own family up, but to attack someone like the APS lady, he had to report it. Or the first came on live, and the sheriff said there's nothing that can be done. If you want to vent about some lady on YouTube, it's freedom of speech. I could sit there and say, yeah, my cousins are all complete jackasses and morons, blah, blah, blah. Next thing you know, freedom of speech. I might have pissed them off or what do you call it? Alienated them, but freedom of speech. But when it comes to her, it's her freedom of speech. Now, if something did happen, they'd be investigating Chloe first. But the point is, she knows not to attack my family or give locations where they're at. But that's the way it was, you know. And I personally think, you know, and even the sheriff, the undersheriff, the second in command said, there's nothing that can be done. Either Chloe takes the leave early, or after the pandemic gets a restraining order. Otherwise, if she's withholding you from calling us or calling crisis team because she doesn't want to be involuntary committed, he was trying to tell me, well, we can't touch you, Rita, because you know the law better than anyone. By the way, you were tried to involve once, but you walked out the front door and they didn't want to pursue it. I said, yeah, and they were threatened sued too, so the file went missing. I was talking about Bossier Lake PD. So, you know, basically I talked to him and he was all, well, Chloe wants to keep me as a client. I'll have to defend Chloe. But if Chloe leaves, as Courtney says, Chloe has done very bad things to Rita to the point of no return. Rita's forgiven, but Chloe is going in a vicious cycle. So if you can't get her under control or get her therapy, then what's the fucking point of fucking having you do the job? That's what Courtney said. He's like, well, Rita, chew on this and call me Tuesday or Wednesday. I'll talk to you then. You can make the decision then. Talk to your family and see what you think. I turned and I said, my family knows me as a fleet admiral. He says, fleet admiral of Starfleet? I said, yes. And as the only command in all Starfleet with fleet admiral title, the Enterprise is backing away from me. He said, which one? I said, my flag's on Enterprise B. He's like, I said, I command the entire Enterprise fleet. I also command Excelsiors and other ships. But I said, I'm not going to tolerate you, sir, being a complete jackass and telling me that I need to basically think about this. I said, you heard me. My family doesn't want me in a group home. You'd put me in a group home over her. Just get rid of me, Chloe, that way. I said, I would fight tooth and nail to the death. He's like, that's what Chloe would do for group home. Oh, yeah. Well, her mom recommended. Well, I can't tell you what her mom said. Well, I have a release to know. Well, you know, and the Courtney says, I don't have a release to have you talk to me. So when this video call's over, you can go fuck yourself because I'm not letting you hurt Rita. And I'm not going to let you basically call up when Rita said 3 times doesn't work. You didn't listen. Well, it's my duty. I felt to her safety. Then she turned around, my own advocate, Dinky, and said, I'm going to defend because I've met John on video. I'm hoping to meet Dinky one day if Dinky will permit us to have a video conference so we can get her input. But I think Dinky is one of the lovingest family members ever, giving Rita a laptop and doing this and doing that. And then she said, but I think Dinky would agree. You put Rita in an almost death situation that Chloe could have killed Rita last night because you called APS and the sheriff showed up. So what do you, well, that's the sheriff, you know, and he had no remorse. He was just like, well, it was my duty of warn because of, you know, and I had to call APS. He says APS ain't going to do anything. I've talked to the lady 3 times. So is everyone else. Even Dinky talked to her once. Same with Firecracker. Same with Ashley. Same with this. When will you fucking learn, you know? Ugh. Yes, they said when they passed the fucking bill, a week to 2 weeks after they pass it. Unfortunately, unless they use the budget reconciliation law that basically passes with a majority of 51 for a budget, they're not going to pass it. Biden said he'll do that as option 2 if the Senate denies him. If the 9 Senates deny him for cloture, then there's no checks. Then he'll just do the 51 majority, get it passed, and everyone gets $2,000 across the board and unemployment extended to September. And then he does the same method in February to do another stimulus check. And he said I read the report. He will keep continuing giving stimulus checks till the economy is stable, even if the taxes have to be paid the next 500 years. So yes, God already said he can pass it next week. He can pass it tomorrow. It just depends on the House can take it up anytime and pass it. It's the Senate that's basically needs 60 to pass it with cloture. Fortunately, no one knows. But think about it. You know, as Mark said, everyone needs. Or was it Mark or was it Big? Big said something about. Let me look. People are suffering. Yeah, but you know what? The Republicans turned around and said that people like working class, like my cousin and cousin-in-law, they don't have savings and they're running out. Well, it's not their problem. And yet, people on disability insurance, retirement insurance, Social Security, survivors, SSI, veterans, and railroad. The only reason why the SSI dipshits get anything is because the AARP keeps fucking fighting it. And they're like, okay, we'll give it. Otherwise, I mean, look, every fucking person on SSI is bitching that 600 it won't do. But if you manage your money, you get fucking more. If you manage your money, you don't need to fucking worry about $2,000. They're saying, oh, well, you know, we have high medicine. Why? Most people have Medicaid, basically get their meds free. Taxpayers pay for it. And the people on Social Security disability insurance or retirement, they have a drug plan. So their meds are cheap. So they're bitching about food. What happens? They're saying, oh, our food's expensive. Yeah, but if they're getting fucking food stamps, why the fuck are they complaining? I mean, literally, this is why it irritates me that the taxpayers, excuse me for 1 second, have to pay for this. No one realizes that they think it's free money, but their family members and extended family are going to have to pay it for the next 50 to 500 years. We've never had a balanced budget for a long time. Yeah, but anything on external, I told you this. I don't know. What, stimulus?
Yeah, back.
Yeah, well, he gets his place clean too, so the fucking, you know. All right. Sorry about that. So, I'm not trying to be a rude asshole and say, oh, woe is us, you know, but think of it. People on SSI, SSTI, SSR, survivors, retirement, veterans, railroad, they manage pretty well. So why should they be the ones that need the $2,000? All they want to do is funnel it back into whatever junk they want to buy. That's why I said, what is people going to use it on these benefits? What are you going to do? Go and spend I need new TV. I mean, I've been talking about a new TV myself, but I haven't been able to find anywhere that ships it. So fuck me, you know, who cares, you know? And they'll give those checks out, Ron, when they give it out.
All right.
You want me to bring you the broom?
Yeah, bring a dustpan.
Uh,
Gonna get a few little bags.
what, you need a garbage bag? Is that what you said? I can give you a garbage bag, a bigger one.
Yeah.
I mean, we have like 20 boxes of bags. Why fucking be stingy on a bag?
And find something like a blanket for bunnies to have in there.
Yeah, I can try to find something. I don't know what. I'll look for a blanket. Anyways, everyone, like I said, the problem is, you know, the taxpayers are all looking for this money so they can go hog wild and spend it foolishly. And then look what happens. Look at Chloe. Hi, Mop. Chloe's looking at a removable hard drive. Again, she wants another one. A USB plug again. And a few other gizmos to make her laptop a desktop. And yet, I'm sitting here saying, $2,000, I can give it to my cousin, let her basically survive. She might need it more than me. I mean, literally. My stimulus check's still on my card. I haven't touched it, you know. If they give you, if they give it, I mean, the Senate's going to stall it, you know. The Senate could stall it. And that's what I'm afraid of. They're going to fight it tooth and nail. If the Senate has the backbone, the Republican Senate, they will turn around and say, look, you know, you might be the president of America, but you're not our president because you kicked our president out and you did things illegally. They're talking behind the scenes. They know what truly happened, but they're not giving us any info. So we're the ones in the dark. So they might just stonewall all the way, and Biden does a 51 majority, gets passed, and another stimulus in February, 51 majority, and then March, then April, then May, then June, then July, then and you know what? Let me tell you a fucking problem with everyone spending money foolishly. The Republicans don't want anyone to spend that fucking money foolishly. You owe rent, pay your rent. If you need food, buy your food. If you need household goods, buy your household goods. The report I read today stated, and I quote, that everyone that gets $2,000 better make it. She basically, her mom's got her brainwashed to stay here. Literally, there's nothing I can do. The advocate said this, and Dr. Paul said it too today. So, as the sheriff said, I'm basically, you know, writing this out. But this isn't about Chloe right now. This is about the American people. I don't want to talk about Chloe right now. I want to talk about the American people. They said it might be between September and January, September 2021 to January 2022 minimum before they get this under control. Not to mention the virus might be here forever, so we might be wearing masks forever. Does anyone realize that? She might want a bus ticket, but she doesn't have to buy one because buses don't travel right now. That's the fucking problem. There's no way to go all across to Ohio or Arizona. Greyhound's not running in this area. One bus might go as far as Oregon, but that's about it. Otherwise, the trains only run 2 days a week now. And with this pandemic, they might shut down the train line, pay all the train line and Amtrak a good chunk of PPP money to keep the trains not running, except for freight, leaving everyone to be fucking screwed over for not moving. Again, it's basically, you know, a watch and see type thing. So, just to let you know, we don't know what's going to happen under the Biden administration. We could all be in lockdown, Ron, until fucking Christmas of 2021. In the meantime, everyone is going to be basically miserable. And that is the fucking truth. First of all, I'm not going to do anything or say anything about $2,000 until it's in my hands. It took them what did it take? It took them 8 months, 8 months to 9 months to pass a second stimulus package for people at $600. And that went like that. And that was after Christmas. And now everyone's watching for the inauguration. And I tell you this now, even though Pee Wee ain't here, I guarantee the states will charge Trump up charges. Trump will be basically locked up with his family, and you will never hear about them forever. They won't even be able to run. He might have pardons on federal level, but he doesn't have pardons on state level, so they can still touch him. And that's their next plan. I guarantee that's what's going to happen. And when it does happen, shit's going to hit the fan worse than anything else in the world. This is kind of stale. These Pepsi's still good. I bought them a few months ago. Well, it's got to be on the bottom of the can. May. That must just be me. Oh well. Usually I don't drink Pepsi, but, you know. And if you want to convince her to do that, please feel free to, Ron. Otherwise, she ain't going to listen to anyone. Look what she did. She found out Dr. Paul called APS on her. And what happened? Well, what happened? Simple. She now doesn't want to do with Dr. Paul, and he says he doesn't blame her. Literally. And if Grandma Ginger was around, Grandma Ginger would be fucking pissed about it. Literally. I think Grandma Ginger would turn around and tell me outright, you know. I think Grandma Ginger would be upset. Literally. So I better get my other ingredients ready to go for steak tonight. Because I gotta marinate some. I'll choose the other ones tomorrow. Let's see, which ones with this? I guess I can do. Oh, these are there's 3 steaks here. There 3 in this one or 2? Yeah, 2 in this one. It seems. I'll take this one tonight. Yeah, I'll marinate these. What?
You look for some fabric you can rest on.
Yeah, well, I'm gonna marinate these steaks real quick, Chloe. And then I will run the dishwasher when I'm done marinating my steaks. Because I'm marinating it in this here. Actually, where's the lid to this? Nope, that's the wrong one. Ouch. Alright, so I will marinate it in the frying pan. Then I will run the frying pan. Then I'll wash the frying pan when I bake these. There we go. So, while I'm marinating these, do you have any comments, more questions for me? We haven't even got seasoning in the fridge. Alright, so, I can do it this way. It's fine by me. Because I know exactly what I'm doing.
Here, just in case.
Why?
Go right here.
Leave it there. I'll take care of it in a minute. Thank you, Princess. I will be done soon. I'm doing our dinner real quick, Chloe. All right, good to go. Chloe, can I ask you a favor?
What is it?
When you go to Safeway tomorrow and get meatloaf and the other ingredients, if I give you one of my seasoning packets, will you go down to the special seasoning aisle, wink, wink, and pick me up, being a good girl, and pick me up some more seasoning so I have my dry seas for my steak?
So you want some Guinness, right?
Yeah, Guinness is fine tonight. Pick up my bourbon tomorrow.
All right. I'll be
You
getting
can use cash or you can use my debit card, doesn't matter.
get your Guinness.
So, yeah, that works perfectly for what you did.
Yeah.
The blankie.
No, we were watching all the things they get for cash.
Is water bowl of those empty? Yeah. Bun Bun's gonna be happy soon because he gets fresh water and I like the little turtle they put in this bottle here for level, float level. See, at least you did this. Alright, so move the shrimp over here. And then I do the next mission. Come here, Booner. Come here. Hi. Ready for a clean cage, little man? You guys know how much I love that rabbit. There we go. Peep, beep, beep, Mommy. So, rabbit cage is clean. Beer runs main made. Can't complain. Dishwasher's gonna be ran again. Since I have the time. And the steak's marinating already. Yeah, I know. You guys can sit there and wonder what's in it. See, Chloe does come in handy for some things. I'm not allowed to leave my house, so due to pre-existing conditions. So the officer said, have Chloe do my shopping. So, unfortunately, I called a princess because, well, once in a while it's okay to say that when she does get the job done. However, Chloe forgot my Cascade pellet, so hopefully I don't have to order any this month. She can go get some. Otherwise, I'm going to have to search around. What do we got here? I wouldn't mind going down there with my Harley and the Cobra at him and see if he's like, I don't know, almost 6 foot tall. You know. Yeah, well, I live on an island, so I'm at. You mean up here? Because I live almost near Canada. So, and this whiskey's almost done, everyone. So, got my chores done, steak marinated, shrimp ready for tonight. That's for whiskey, right? There was not enough room, really. Not enough room. Couldn't find my thing. Now they want to think, let me see. Oh. So, anyways, I just gotta bide my time. No, you're not getting anything. You already got a snack, you son of a bitch. You got 6 of them down. You've had your fill of snacks today. And Hannah is not going to basically approve. If she could, she'd give you the entire Mommy Hannah would give you the entire bag. So, anyways, So, everyone, I have a few questions for you. We got stimulus done. I got to take a bath in the morning before I do my stimulus update and stuff. I'll see what's going on around the world. Ugh, look at these ugly cross dressers. They think implants make a woman. Or thigh highs make a woman. You don't see me wearing thigh highs. Or bras make a woman. I mean, whatever happened to normal girls or normal things? What happened? So many men go get tits and now they think they're a real woman. I live as a woman every day, being who I am. And I don't see but perverts on Instagram. That's why I was telling my cousin Dinky I thought about getting rid of fucking Instagram. Let's see. Jose's on. There we go. I like the stickers though that you get on Instagram, but shit, you know. So tomorrow morning I'm gonna need to take a bath, you know, and stuff, you know. I need to email my cousin something real quick. I don't know if she's still on, but I'm gonna do it anyways. I just asked a question. I don't know if she's still answering or whatever, but all I know is Biden was spewing a lot of crap. Hopefully, he can actually carry it, because if he can't, the fourth stimulus might be targeted because they don't want to give $2,000 and have every fucking person out there wasting their money. Pelosi said the $1,200 was supposed to get us through until the next stimulus. It squeaked me by. Literally, we got squeaked by. Hold on. You know. So, that's the thing. We all got to get by. And if they're talking fucking September, I'm going to fucking really puke. Who the hell wants us to basically be around till fucking, September, I mean, literally, they're doing it till September. Really? Is that what their aides are saying? What if the virus doesn't go away completely and it's still killing people? Then what? We're going to go for another stimulus. Most of you, about 20% could go back to work, 5% could go back to work. Here's another stimulus, 5% or 2%. Eventually, the working class will be so burdened with taxes that they're going to hate the freeloading class that ain't paying into anything. Yes. If you keep tearing up that blanket, you won't have anything to tear on. Hold on a sec, everyone. You're not doing my movie right. Yes, give me a fucking log. Maybe don't chew on that. I can officially thank Mommy Chloe for no fucking logs. See, this is what we get for ordering 30 logs this month. The bunny rather chew on a silk thing. Hey! Knock it off. No, this ain't for you to chew on, you little turd. Fucking bunny wants to chew up everything. Well, my cousin said she can't do shit tonight on Zoom, so I was like, well, it sucks to be fucking her, I tell you. I told her drink another fucking beer and shut up, Literally. I got a Zoom tonight around 9 anyways with Papo again. He's going to ask how the meeting went, Which reminds me, when is the meeting? Yeah, I don't know when the meeting is. When is the meeting? I have no fucking clue, Snickerdoodle. I think it's 9, but I don't know. Dad said he had something at 7 or 7 to 8, and then 8 some. I don't know. I don't remember. Anyways, so while Chloe's doing that, I'll wait till the whiskey wears off before I drink the beer. At least I'll have whiskey tonight. I was having a bad nightmare last night, actually. A bad nightmare. Was Daddy in it? No clothes in it. Hey, dude, come here. You didn't whimper. Why? You didn't tell me you were stuck on the wheel with your tail. All right, I owe you a payment. See, a trained dog doesn't like him. Doesn't whimper in pain. Come here. You want payment for that accident? All right. Come on. Sorry, Mom. Can't get your payment. The bag went missing. Mommy. Oh. Yeah. I guess I'll give you one. One, I just do double or nothing. How about quadruple or nothing? Because I got a handful. See? Here you go. Here's your payment. That's all you get for the night. Gotta conserve these. Can't believe Aunt Hannah won't let me eat them all. And you don't eat. Hey, is there a rabbit formula of real meat? I have no clue, but even if there was, you wouldn't be getting Hopfenpfeffer. Come on, I deserve Hopfenpfeffer. No, you don't. This is your brother. Your brother doesn't deserve to be eaten. Oh, I see Mama Chloe put his salt toy in there again. So she actually cleaned that completely? Yes, she cleaned it completely. So, does anyone have anything to discuss with me? Maybe Dinky'd like to comment, or and Dinky should comment. Say, I taketh the Mapieth. She can have rye biscuit. I don't want rye biscuit. I got you. And you're more worth it than rye biscuit. Besides, I'm due to give you a haircut anyways. Yeah. What about you? I'm still being eaten alive. Look at this. Dad was talking about that last night with all these spots. He said it's either bed bugs or fleas. I ran through the bed today. I bought a little thing that can detect bed bugs. Nothing. So it's got to be fleas or something else. Maybe I'm allergic every time I touch the bunny. I don't know what it is, but I'm not going to give up either. My service dog is my service dog. And besides, Ron, I can't actually ride a motorcycle because I have a service dog, and he's got to go with me everywhere. So sorry to say, my Shih Tzu is not going to be riding on the back of a motorcycle. Not even in a little basket, tied up. I wouldn't want him to try to hang himself out of fear. Hi, come here. Oh, Aunt Tara loves you, What's the status of their fly rods? I emailed the guy again. I asked him a question. Oh, but since Uncle Corey's going off to somewhere else, he might not be able to fly fish Texas. Sounds great. That sounds awesome. So, you got your food stamp balance. Yep, there's plenty on there, so I can get some more steak tomorrow. Marinade. What's that? 2 Totinos. Buy one, get one free, the big ones. Well, so she's going to get more. Why not? All we gotta do is lift this damn box up now that it ain't leaking and give Eben his thing. Mommy, don't eat me, mommy. I'm not eating my son. However, it is getting a little hot in here, so I might have to get my medicine soon. Probably the whiskey or the heater. One of the two. So, you know how it is. Anyone have any comments for me? Because, once my whiskey is wearing off, I'm going to disappear, I think. Or I might not. I got to cook the steaks for about 60 minutes in the oven. I might cook Chloe's a little longer. Or actually let her have hers first so she can go to bed. And when she goes to bed and gets up early, she's going to take 5:50 ferry. So, which reminds me, I do need to check a ferry ticket schedule thing. I think she's got like 5 tickets left, I think. Making sure she's got a nice pack of 10, multi-pass. So, Chloe's birthday is in 3 days. What do I get her besides a steak dinner? Be nice. Steaky dinner, steaky dinner, steaky dinner. She didn't eat that bacon, so it went bad. I'll have to do a quick fridge clean. Oh, yeah, I need to put mayonnaise down on the list. Mayonnaise and sandwich meat. Mayo. Hopefully she can get everything tomorrow. I don't want to hear, oh, I'm going to go back again on Tuesday. Fine, give me more steak on Tuesday. You know how it is. Just having her say that is like, eh. Whoops. I just sent my sister Courtney a message about steak. So my cousin's like, oh yeah, we got too much crap. I'll sell it, sell your trailer, sell your truck, sell your other truck, sell your travel trailer, pack everything up, and with all the proceeds, send it off to a moving truck, and you're good. I mean, you can't tow your Mustang, or was it a? It's a 67 Camaro. Yeah, it was a Camaro, I think it is. Something like that. 66, 67 Camaro. She calls Iggy, get rid of that, get rid of trailer, get rid of truck, get rid of your everything, and then load everything in a truck and start fresh in Texas. It works, saves money. Mom, do you really think she'll get rid of Iggy? It depends. I don't know. But if Aunt Tara's reading this or listening to this, she'll yell at me in an email, be like, "You bitch!" Yeah, well, I'm being funny. Anyways, if she sold Iggy Moppy, you know what I would do? And she gave me the proceeds, I'd finish up that collection I lost in 2000. Then I'd be really happy. But Tara wouldn't be happy. Yeah, well, it's Aunt Tara's anyways. It's just a joke. I would not ask for a handout. I'm too prideful. That's what's going to bring it down. So, are you happy the power's on? No, because now I need beer. I'm going to use my card or use cash. Hopefully she uses either or. I just want to make sure we get plenty of bottles tonight because I'll be fucking vegged out tonight. You mean your brain will be pickled tonight? My name is Rita. Rita the Pickled. I have a massive headache. Please be quiet while I basically heal the planet. That was in that game, right? Her name was Agnes the Pickle. So people call me the Pickle because I like to get my brain pickled. I wish I was pickled right now. I love that game. That was Skyrim, Obliv. My cousin and I are talking about. I said it sucks to be you, and she says, "No, I'm leaving a blue shitty state." And I said, "Doesn't matter." I said, "Until Biden raises your taxes in your new state, takes your guns away, then what are you gonna do?" They will do. That's one thing I can see coming down the pipe fast. And Biden will shut down the NRA, NAGAR, and gun owners and basically make a new rule that's taking away guns from people. This is the year I think guns are going to be taken away. And when that happens, my family, if they have guns, which they don't, will end up with muskets. My cousin will walk down the street with a single shot black powder and she'll be like, "Excuse me, you motherfucker, let me fix this." Oh yeah, got them. I mean, literally. Had to be funny there, I think Hannah emailed me. Yep. My cousin's like, "Oh, I'm living in the shitty city." Yeah, until fucking Biden says, "Oh, you're going to be paying 80% of your taxes for whatever you want because we can fucking tax the shit out of you." Ha ha. Cheers. Mm. Yep. Mm. Anyways, I had to post something to my cousin. So she said, until And I said, yeah, till Biden taxes the shit out of you, takes your guns, and you live in a shitty country. She says, exactly, but for now, it's a good move. And I said to her, being a smart ass that I am, it sucks to be a taxpayer and gun owner under Biden. And and if the Senate does do a trial and impeach him, he won't be running again. And the states do what they do, find illegal stuff to nail. Our president, his whole family ain't running. We just have to. We have just gone commie. Welcome to the commie states of America. You're welcome, lol. See, no one's even thinking. Even Pee Wee would basically say something by then, but Pee's been really low key lately too. So, anyways, you know how that is. Great. What am I? Who messaged me now? Oh, Hanny. Sounds yummy. Now, hopefully there's enough shrimp. Chloe will eat the whole damn thing. Actually, I don't think she will with that fucking steak the way it is. So I got it marinating, and so when it's done marinating, I put it in 2 pans and I cook it. In the meantime, I look around. Hey, Mom. Hey, Mom. What are you doing? Getting a couple pans ready for dinner tonight. Oh, yeah. You're having old Dado Steako. Welcome to the Universal Pub and Coffee Steakhouse, where tonight's dinner is Mapo Capo Steakos. I'm your helper, Mapo. Tonight's dinner is Mommy's famous steak. Mine's going to be in the square one tonight. Mom, are you really going to do steak? I guess I don't know what happened to this. There's water on it. Don't worry, I'll take care of this. That just means the dishwasher runs again. Why are you always happy with the dishwasher? Oh, the dishes are great. I rinse them off, put them in a dishwasher. Plain and simple. Oh, and there might be a shot left in here, so let's see. I'm just basically happy as hell to have a drink with my cousin. She's having beer. I'm having whiskey. Wanted whiskey yesterday, but they wouldn't do it. Is there a clog here? I don't know. Dude, I don't want to spill any. That's good enough. Bottle's almost empty. I could probably get another dribble out of it. Yep. As to the whiskey, this bottle's being recycled in the recycling bag here. All the other bottles we have. So, cheers, my friends, for a new day is upon us tomorrow. So Hannah said something, Oh, that reminds me. I should email my cousin something else. What we got here? We got someone named Momo Jamu. Who the fuck is Momo Jamu? Who's this Momo Jim? I don't know. I guess it's nothing. Oh, yeah. You know what really upsets me the most of this whole ordeal? I could buy myself something with my stimulus money, but I've been debating whether I should do it. And yet, I live with a wonderful, beautiful Hannah bug. Well, Hannah's not living with me yet, but eventually. So, anyways, my friend Jose gets a stimulus check too, right? So he says to me, "Oh, I forgot." And I'm like, dude, every check and everything goes out unless it's paper. Here we go. Whiskey's done. Steak's marinating. What more do I need? Full belly? Nope. Did you eat anything today, Mommy? Little wieners, remember? Oh, yeah, little weenies. Where's Mommy Chloe? What is that? Dill pickles. So Mommy got you some pickles. Yes. Well, let her buy some for me. It's my pickles. My pickles. My pickles. My pickles. Let me see if I can find the IRS portal. See if it's up still. Yep. Here we go. So, if anyone needs to know, hold on a sec. Let me do this. I want to share something with you. Yep, I'm feeling pretty damn good. So, here you go. No oops. No oops. No oofas. No oofy oofies. Don't oofers. You lost your payment for work tomorrow, Moppy. If I see nothing on the store. the neighbor. Barking at the neighbor. She thought we were arguing. Bad dog. I was arguing. Bad dog. So me and my whiskey and but you're out of whiskey. I know I'm out of whiskey, but that's okay. Anyways, it seems. Oh, did I send you guys the link? Yes, I did. The IRS get my payment portals open again. It'll be up for a while, so if you guys want something, there you go. Anyways. Man, today sucks balls. No comments, and I could be spreadsheeting here done. I got 14 to do. Tomorrow morning, I gotta be up early so I can do it, so I can. So Chloe wants more cheese chips. She's like, no, cheese chips. My cousin and I asked about fly rods. You know, to me, I'm just like, you know what? You want to get if you want to get there, delete that. So, you know, I was talking about something. I'm going to delete this hamburger run because I really don't need that much hamburger, you know. I'm not talking to Pops. Not right now, anyways. I want. Is it still available? Oh, yeah. That fucking sucks. Well, I didn't get to use it, so I guess that stinks for me. Alright, so. Man, you guys are really not doing anything tonight, are you? I guess Sister Pee-wee does want to see me having a few shots of whiskey in me, so I guess I'm going to go over to my other family and see what's up with them. Pinky's packing, and frankly, I don't care. Here we go. My name is Arsenal. Dude, I want what I want. There we go. Brown bass. Hey, what up, brown bass? Dude. Hold on. Dude, I didn't want to answer that right away. I'll answer Hannah in a second. I'm looking for something. I don't care about that. I care about this. You guys really know how to make a girl feel. I guess I'll do my tobacco since you guys aren't even answering. I'm gonna tinkle first though. All right, let me call Dad real quick. Oh. Man, this is boring as shit. No one's messaging me. I'm gonna check on some real quick. Anyways, I got one other idea and then I'm done. What up, Chloe? Your steak's marinating, so I assume you. What time are you catching the boat tomorrow? Nope, not gonna work either. You see, I know what's happening. Hold on a sec.
Who brought your cough medicine?
My coffee. Oh, my beer.
Yeah. Grandpa's
Did
cough.
you use cash or did you use?
Cash.
How many bottles you get? Four. I only feel 3 in here. Well, once my whiskey clears up, I'll be drinking this. In the meantime. Yeah, my cousin can clearly clear I'm a drunk. A drunkie. Alright, we'll talk. There we go. Yes! Don't mix it with whiskey. So, my question to Chloe is this. Hold on a second. So, what time you leaving in early morning to go shopping? 5 or 8?
One of the two.
Well, which time? I need to know to get your dinner started.
8.
Fine. You hungry or you not hungry? I can sit on. Fine. You get 1 steak. That's what
Yes.
you're getting.
All I need is 1 steak.
That's fine. Your steak will be cooked momentarily, Jesse.
All right. I'm gonna swap. I just swapped.
It'll take about an hour to cook your supper, though. So I'll be live until supper time's over. You know, I used to love that one song, but I don't remember what it's from. Nah. Wow, no one's watching me now. How boring is this? You know, if you gotta keep this up, I might just log off and go play my game. I'm getting tired of being fucking hoodwinked, you know. Oh! I'm gonna call Dad about tonight. I'm gonna call Dad real quick. What the hell? Wait a minute. Go backwards. Oh. Yep. Aha, there we go. I'll let Dad know about Chloe's birthday too. No one cares. Hey, I was gonna ask you, are we doing movie night tonight? So how'd it go with your meeting in Jeremiah? Oh yeah, all right. Didn't mean to bother you. Just wanted to find out about movies. That's all. Hopefully the news is good. I just did a stream recently with Biden talking about stimulus. That's what I was doing. That's why I couldn't get away for Jeremiah. Well, I better not take your time. So. Yeah, well, do what you need to, Dad. I can wait for you. If you take 20 extra minutes, that's fine. I'm good. You're good for time, too. Yeah, yesterday he targeted for 12:15, but he ended up at 12:30, so. Well, let me guess. It was my fault. I assume it's mine. Oh, yeah. Gary always talks. Yeah, well, Gary, I had a feeling it was Gary. It was my gut feeling. God was telling me, oh, Gary got in touch with Poppy. And I'm like, great. Well, if you do, tell him you got a movie time with your daughter, and if he doesn't like it, well, tell him to lump it. I mean, literally, I could wait till 1 in the morning your time to get things done. It doesn't matter to me. It was just, I figured Gary called, so I wanted to find out about movie. I did talk to Paul. I wasn't an asshole. Courtney kept me in line. She was like, "Oh, is your dad coming?" I don't know. I sent him the link. So. Yeah, well, you thank God. Yeah. Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. I wasn't an asshole. Literally, I wasn't. I just basically said, look. So what Courtney broke the ice by saying, look, you broke Rita's trust. You broke Chloe's trust. He's like, well, with what Rita said about the APS, with the APS lady, I had to report it. And Courtney says, I've been through this. Other people have been through this, and other people have been through this. She said, hounded 3 times. It ain't going to do any good. I said, I've read the report, sir. It said financial extortion. He's like, oh. He's like, I put other things in there. Yeah, but they were going after the financial aspect of it, not anything else. I read the report. He's like, oh, and then he's like, well, if you still want to work with me, fine. If not, let me know Tuesday. And I said, look, when the sheriff came, the sheriff basically talked to me, and then Chloe asked me nicely. Chloe said, she's fucking done with you. He's like, I understand. I said, there you go. You destroyed her trust. Well, I do think Chloe needs a group home, but as the sheriff said, there's no group home, so we can only do, I can give referrals to places for Medicare. I said, Chloe doesn't trust you. You called the APS on her. And then the report was wrong. I said, if the APS lady comes, the lady's getting my boot up their ass. Well, the sheriff said if they come, they will try to do everything they can to persuade her not to knock on the door. So, but yeah, that was about it. And he was basically saying, how can I restore your trust? I said, you can't. You don't listen. If you listen, we wouldn't be in this damn position. Oh, I know. I mean, the guy basically said that. And then he's like, well, I can guarantee Chloe's going to leave. I turned around and I basically said it. May I speak to Courtney? May I speak freely? She said, yes, you may, Admiral. I said, fine. Excuse me, sir, for calling you a dipshit, but Chloe's not going to leave. Her mom already, yeah. And he actually accepted it. He says, I'm so sorry. You're right. I am a dipshit, is what he said. And I said, look, Chloe doesn't want to leave. Now, he accepted it. He was like, I accept that term. And he says, I feel like a dipshit, Rita, because I called when you said 3 times nothing was done. I thought they'd basically come in, put a vulnerable protection order against Chloe, and then I would take her off your hand. And Courtney said, if that's your fucking plan, it wasn't going to work, you dipshit. He's like, now I know. She says, no wonder why you can't do your job. And he's just like, and Rita's not vulnerable. She makes her own decisions. And on top of that, she's been told by her own family to pull her starship out and back away from you and go somewhere else because you're a moron. He's like, I am a moron. And I'm like, look. No, I said my cousin. She was basically telling me to be careful and stay away from, basically stay away from this guy. She said it in an email. It was like, I basically backed away because she doesn't want me in a group home. He's like, oh, you don't need a group home, Maria. Chloe does. But when I said Chloe doesn't have resources and you don't have resources and APS doesn't, what were you thinking? Well, it was a mandatory thing. And Courtney's like, mandatory or not? Rita told you the last time in front of her dad that 3 times with APS didn't work. She told you privately again, and you still went and did it. She's like, your company is incompetent. She's like, Rita's driving this train, and if you don't want to deal with this dipshit, you don't have to. And I said, well, I'll chew on it and get back to you in a few days. Oh, please do. I really hope I didn't destroy Chloe. I said, look, when the sheriff came to the fucking door, sir, and basically asked about it with an APS report, I had to basically say, yeah, Chloe's a pain in the ass, but what's more important? Chloe's basically sitting there. The sheriff got a laugh, I got a laugh, and you, sir, just sitting there going, what did I do? He's standing there with his body language like, oh, it didn't work. I'm like, if this is your fucking plan, you're a moron. Even Courtney said, all we could do is draft up a restraining order. But Chloe's mom doesn't want it because Chloe shouldn't be traveling during the pandemic. And right now, if you didn't know, that they're saying the pandemic's going to go till September at least. So why not just deal with Chloe's problems until then? He's like, well, Chloe shouldn't have told you not to call crisis or the sheriff. That's the reason I called. But I said, yes, but the report said financial extortion. Your report and their report don't match up, so I don't trust you. Well, please call. I'll talk to you and Chloe on Tuesday or when I can. I don't work Friday and Monday's a holiday, so I'll check in with you Tuesday. I said, please do. In the meantime, I got to comfort Chloe because you basically screwed her over. She thought you were going to help with mental health. Instead, you're telling me that you can get her home to her mom. You won't even tell us what was available, what was available with her mom. It's confidential. And Courtney said, well, Paul, if it's confidential, then what I talked about with Rita is confidential. I'm not having to write a release of info because you're strong-arming her. Well, I said if she didn't give me the release, I'd have to call APS. I wanted to coordinate with you. She says, I'm not coordinating with a dipshit who fucking screwed her over by having the sheriff come. You put her in danger. What if Chloe killed Rita last night because of it? Oh, I didn't think about that. Yeah, exactly. But Rita got Chloe on a couple beers, and Chloe was calm enough. And guess who's the one that's the enemy now? You, Paul. Not Rita. You. Now you've destroyed yourself. He's like, well, I hope I can make it up with Chloe. She said, no, you can't. 1, you won't tell us what her mom said. And 2 is, you won't tell Chloe what her mom said. And then you're basically saying, to me personally, you're guaranteeing Chloe's going to leave. Courtney says, I guarantee Chloe's going to stay there just to be a thorn in your thorny ass. I mean, Courtney, and he's like, what do I do? She said, don't look at me. Rita's driving this train. Rita already told you what the sheriff said, but you want to guarantee Chloe's going home, but you won't spill the beans? I wouldn't doubt it. She says, Rita, I'm buying the next batches of steaks for you, me, my family, and Chloe. I said, okay. I bet you a steak dinner that Chloe's going to tell the bastard right here and there that she's not going to deal with him because APS is coming. And more likely Tuesday. And he's like, well, I'm so sorry. You know, I lost you and Chloe's trust. It's just as a mandated reporter. She's like, Chloe could have fucking flipped and killed Rita, and then who's at fault? Chloe or you? You'd be at fault because you basically instigated it because you called APS. But Rita diffused it with beer. Who's the one that's the hero? Rita. Not you, not me, Rita. Rita, where's this train going, by the way? I said, I don't want to deal with this guy for a while. So I'm going to need to talk to Poppy and chew on this and get back to you guys. Oh, well, I hope your dad understands I was only worried about you. My dad would tell you outright that you jeopardized my safety by having APS come. Courtney says, amen, I like your father. Maybe I can talk to him again and get the steak recipe off your head, out of your head. So that's what happened today, basically, at the meeting. So you didn't miss anything, Pops. But Courtney was literally swearing herself. So there you have it. Or, you know, I backed away and I stayed away from fucking, you know.
I can see that yesterday is going to happen again today.
What?
Talking to you, then Gary's going to talk.
Oh, just tell Gary to. Well, I look. I don't. I mean, I try to cut this at 10 minutes or less, but I do need to get the steak cooking for Chloe. But I wanted to basically ask about movies. But I figured since we get into the movie, we won't have much Zoom time. So I figured you were going to ask about the meeting anyways. I mean, Courtney was awesome. She was basically being a badass today against it. But if Gary calls, just say, I'm sorry, I can't talk right now, Gary. Got Rachel Maddow and my daughter to talk to, so I'll talk to you later.
No, if Gary calls, I'll talk to him.
Yeah, well, I try and...
I try to keep these things short.
Well, so do I. Look, I always, you know, I've been learning to keep it short. I just wanted to let you... I figured you were going to ask either while I'm asking about movies or later, so that's what happened. So, anyways, yeah, so that's what... And that's what happened today. Literally, that's it. You know, Chloe, of course, she's right there pissed off at Paul. I mean, you can see fire in her eyes right now and a sword coming out of her mouth.
Right now, I'm kind of peaceful. I'm wow.
I regret that I wasn't there.
I never...
I credit card payment that afternoon. I had to get my house insurance. So I got those things.
Yeah, well, you know what I say? I just say, you know, you did what you needed to. But you know what? Courtney was awesome. I mean, literally, she was a badass today. I mean, she put that, instead of me basically calling the bastard out, she did it herself. And then he basically said, I'm sorry I lost your trust, Rita. You know, it was just a mandated reporter. And Courtney's like, I'm a fucking mandated reporter too. You don't see me doing it. We already tried this card. It doesn't work. What more do you want? Well, oh yeah, because you're a DCR and you got the title DCR, either you commit Chloe or you leave Chloe the fuck alone. Chloe's not going to let you touch her. As a matter of fact, Chloe's not going to let her mom touch her either because you and her won't talk about what her mom said in detail. You keep saying confidential. Well, guess what? Courtney pulled a finger up, gave him the bird before he left and says, confidential this. I'm not letting Rita give you any records on it, and I'm not coordinating because even if I had coordination, what did you really want? You said, well, I wanted Rita's file, so I knew what I was dealing with you. Rita's file is confidential. What Chloe has done is domestic violence and more. I'm not going to jeopardize Rita's file going into the hands of a dipshit like you. And that was it. He's like, well, I'll call Tuesday, you know, and that was the end of it.
Isn't it if you're a client to someone and you give them a release of info of your family and they talk to your family, shouldn't you be well aware of what they talked about?
Well, yeah, exactly. Like Chloe just said, for you and me to talk, you know, confidential, you know, if Chloe gives release of info, say for you to talk on Chloe's behalf, don't you think Chloe thinks it's only privy that she knows exactly what the conversation took place between you and that guy, right? Like Paul. Instead, she's not privy to know what her mom said to Paul, which means Paul and her mom's got something cooking and Courtney called him out on his bullshit.
And I'm going to do it too because he He didn't do what I asked him.
So,
I didn't
anyways,
do what
I'm gonna
he
let you go,
promised.
Dad, so I can talk to Chloe, and I'll check in with you at 9. So let's do some movie time tonight. Oh, and before I go, yeah, that's what I said, 9:15 my time. But before I go, I want to say I will be thinking of you and Courtney while I have dinner tonight. Aaron steak. All right, love you. Bye-bye.
Paul's a lying snake.
Well, yeah, Dad doesn't like these conversations too fucking long either. But Dad said you're right. Basically, Dad said you have rights to be fucking griping.
He said he's going to help me get the proper outpatient care. It doesn't look like he's doing that.
He's not saying anything. I mean, I'll tell you exactly what happened. Hold on a sec.
He wants to put me in a group home or involuntary.
He can't. The sheriff said he couldn't do jack shit.
And then he wants to go have APS investigate. This guy's just more of a problem. Compass is nothing but a problem.
Crumpets has been a problem. I mean, the son of it. You want to know what happened? You really want to know on live YouTube?
Yeah. I was gonna ask you to get something, but I can put my coat on and get it. I'll be back.
What are you doing now? Great. Whatever. No one's commenting anyway, so fuck it.
Talk about this.
Fine. Even live, I'll tell you exactly what happened, okay?
Mhm.
Basically, we got online. I was just telling Dad, Courtney was a badass today. Literally a badass. But Courtney also was protecting me by basically saying, I'm not going to group home because Tara's right. There's one beer left there. I'm not tapping into beer right now. I'm tapping into tobacco. Oh, and I found my cork opener. You had it hidden. My cork opener was.
What was accident?
There's a. Damn it! I'm getting pissed off
Where the
here.
F did it go? Wait a minute. I used it over here.
Yes, you put it there last night and you moved my mom's cork opener. Now I gotta find it. Is it in here? It's right here. Now I'm having you take this one seasoning pack with you. I'm not gonna give it to you now, but it's right here.
All right.
You want a beer? Here's a beer. Then you can give it to me. I'm gonna leave it on the counter. Don't move my mom's cork opener. I almost funny thing. This thing's older than you and me combined.
It's what, 60s?
Probably 60s or 70 years old. My mom got this when she was 18 working at the Great Western Cork Company. That was 53.
1953.
No, 53, 63, 61.
What year is your mom? Wait.
My mom was born at 43 and she got that at 18.
So 61.
She had to have a special liquor license to handle
Back when
booze.
Kennedy was president.
So, anyways, here's the story. So, now that you want to know, so I call up, right? You're out and doing the shopping. So I called Courtney and I said, look, the guy called APS on me again with Chloe. She turned around and talked to me, and I said, I don't trust the bastard. She says, I wouldn't. Motherfucker didn't listen. She said, we told him 4 times, that APS didn't work 3 times. So what's the fucking point this time? Well, anyways, I said the report said money laundering, extortion, or financial exploitation. With what? I give her my card, she hides the receipts. Is that basically justified, Chloe? Now he wants to say Chloe needs a group home because she can't find the frickin' he says, I know, can't find the receipts. Then what happened was I said to her, look, my family told me to back away from this bastard, basically. He's basically trouble. If he can't fucking touch you, he's going to touch me. She says, not over my dead body. We'll talk today at 1. So I get on with 1, right? Right when I get off the phone, I'm getting ready to do my spreadsheets. By the way, out of 57 spreadsheets, I got everything done except 14. Tomorrow's 14 while you're out. So what happened? Son of a bitch calls and says, so, Rita, how are you? And I said, I'd like to give you some choice words, but you called APS on me. And now Chloe doesn't trust your ass. Well, I'm so sorry. Chloe needs to understand she can't withhold you calling the crisis team, even if you have your phone near and you're going to call crisis team. She needs to know we're here to help, even if it's involuntary commitment of Chloe. I said Chloe doesn't care. You can't touch her. Basically, you don't have the power to do it. Sheriff Zach says you don't have the power to do it. All you can do is stick your dick in the wind and flap it. Well, and if Chloe doesn't want you calling the sheriff, that's withholding. That's basically committing a crime, which she can go to jail for, and then we can involve her. Well, I'm not allowing you to involve her because what did she do? She begged me not to call. She doesn't want to go to peace. She has no choice. If she goes to peace, she goes to peace. So Chloe does. Chloe can fucking meet with her fist and take the police down. Or if she does a groin kick, basically, she can think of them as a football. Well, if she did that, she'd go to jail for a mental hospital for 5 years, groin kicking cop. Not if the son of a bitch tries to rape her. Would she really do that? Wouldn't surprise me, asshole. Anyway, so he's like, I'll talk at once. So we get on with Courtney. And I tell Courtney, and Courtney knows everything. And I said, right. So all of a sudden he gets on. Courtney says, before we continue, Rita and I told him about Moses Lake, the PD. And he goes, oh, yeah. I said, you didn't hear me. I said, you called APS out and the sheriffs came out. They're in a power outage. Do you know how he's like, well, Chloe. Then Courtney says, listen, Chloe's got a fucking temper so bad, Chloe can murder Rita over it. How did you quell the situation, Rita? Chloe went and got beer for herself. And she wanted to hear it from me like a motherly figure what happened. And I just laid it down. Son of a bitch called APS on you. And he's like, you didn't. I said, yeah. Do you think I'm going to sell myself up river? No, I told you APS doesn't work. Chloe attacked APS live on YouTube. What did he do? He got thrown under the bus because he knew. All of a sudden he's like this. Well, I'm so sorry, Rita, if I lost your trust. I was trying to protect you. I said, you can't protect me. Courtney protects me. I protect me. Dinky protects me. Firecrack protects me. Corey protects me. Hell, even Chloe protects me at times. What do? You call APS on Chloe. It ain't gonna do. I told him that if the fucking letter comes in the fucking mail, right? Or the lady knocks on the door with the Zach. I told Zach, tell it in the report. I ain't answering the door. He says, what would you like to do if she came on the door? If I had my 12 gauge, he says, yeah, I would do the Ace Ventura. Hi, my name's Lori. I'm looking for Ray Finkel and a clean pair of shorts. Remember that scene with the 12 gauge with the old man's got the little window, the little door open. It's like this big and there's a double barrel there. And a clean pair of shorts. Well,
it's a long time since I've seen that movie.
Anyways, he's like, that could work. I said, look, and Zach was nice, but I said, you violated my trust, and you violated my family's trust, and you violated Chloe's trust. How could Chloe trust you if you can't turn around and tell what's going on with your mom? Well, that's Courtney said. Well, what did her mom say? Oh, I spent about 3 hours with her, and we talked about sending Chloe home. I can't tell you everything, but sending Chloe home, going to a group home, or sending Chloe home and having hospitalized and a group home, so mom doesn't have to do much. I've been working with her mom, and any way you look at it, Chloe's going to go home. Courtney turned around. She says, Rita, you got anything to say? You're driving this train. I said, I'm driving this tank. And I said, right now, sir, you're dealing with an Odyssey-class Enterprise that full torpedoes and weapons array locked on you. He says, so what are you going to do? Simple. Chloe ain't going home. She can live here because she's on the lease until January 2022. That means you can't fucking touch her turd bags. And all you want to do is remove me so Chloe can leave. Well, I thought Chloe could keep your apartment and we can work out. And Courtney's like, no, Rita's apartment, Rita's got problems. You're not putting Rita into a group home because of this. She says, I'll stand a post and guard Rita and throw you and Chloe under the bus. She says, Rita, what do you want to do? I said, I'll chew on this and get back to you, Paul. But I'm not dealing with you because I don't want to. Literally, I did not want to deal with the fucking motherfucker. Literally. He got thrown under the bus and he's like, Well, I need to call Chloe. If I don't call her today, I'll call her on Tuesday to see if she's done with me. If she is, I'll close the case. And Courtney says, good. I'd rather deal with Chloe's BS with Rita than you fucking throwing Rita under the bus to basically make a buck over her mom. What did her mom say? That's confidential. Rita's got reports that say it. Well, I have a file on Rita and Chloe, but Rita's is not like Chloe's big file because I can't get info on her. And you know what? She says, well, if you don't call Firecracker, you don't call Tara, and you don't call Poppy, then you're one worthless son of a bitch. And he's like this. I mean, you can see it. He had the lead. He said, this fleet admiral stumped me. And he's like, well, you know what to do if Chloe needs to be committed. And I mean, literally, the fucking dick was like, dick was a dick. I mean, literally, he fucking booked it. He had it booked from 1 to 2. He left at 1:30. That's how fucking scared he was. You know?
Hey, after tomorrow, I will be staying on the island for about a week or so.
No, you'll go out between Tuesday and Friday to get tobacco.
Well, Friday then.
No, when that damn roll's done. By the way, you want a bonus for going early again? Do I gotta fucking give you? Oh, yeah. Sure. Yeah, Reed, I'll take this. Here. Here's $1 off for a can for you.
I just remember I'm walking all that way.
Yeah, well, you know what? Just remember I'm buying you stuff. You're having meal for me tonight. I'm cooking your steak. I mean, you're getting steak dinner. You're getting shrimp. You're getting a lot of crap. And to me, I think it's a small price just so you can do your stuff, Chloe. Oh, and here's another thing. Since you're going to the tobacco shop, miss, I'm an angry turd head. The new blend came out called Sky Blend. So there you go, $2 off the pack of the rest. Did you use the other packs I bought you, or did you?
Yeah, well, I used them before, but yeah.
Well, good. The more you use them, the more you give you coupons. So, you want me to continue, or am I done?
Continue.
So basically, he tried to beg for forgiveness, groveling at my feet, and I wouldn't allow it. Courtney said to me, well, it's all good.
After it's back or next week, I'm staying in for.
Well, more likely we won't need anything till February.
Yeah.
But can you believe that? He basically, even Courtney said, why don't you call her cousin? Well, I think Chloe's mom has more of a grasp of what I need to do. Oh, so you want to put Chloe in a group home because you don't want to talk to Rita's family. You said we're going to do a team. We're going to talk to the team. We're going to basically talk to Dinky and me and Poppy and Firecracker. You refuse to talk to Poppy because you think he's well-versed in what he knows. You don't want to talk to Firecracker because Chloe got rid of Chloe, and she's a basic ally for Rita and knows what to do. You don't want to talk to me because you want to strong-arm Rita, and she's like, she literally did this on YouTube or Zoom today. And he was embarrassed. And then, in the end, she's like, this is it. We're done. You know, literally, she basically turned around and basically lambasted her to look, you wanted to know, so I told you. I mean, literally, he was basically shaking. And I turned and said, you know why she's going shopping? Oh, why? Because she doesn't want to deal with a dirtbag like you. I mean, literally, the way I told it was like, he said, well, if Chloe tells me she's done with me, then, you know, the only thing I can do from a perspective is look after you. If she does do something, I will still call APS. And she's like, and what's that going to do? Build up a case to put Rita in a group home because you can't touch Chloe? I mean, literally, what the fuck is wrong with these people? Just close the case and move along. If Chloe wants,
he wants to put somebody in a group home because he could make some money off.
he can't. You know what it is? This group can't. Even Zach talked to him today, and Zach says even if Rita and Chloe was supposed to go to group home, they can't do it. There's no fucking beds.
Why is he obsessed with group homes?
Mostly because either your mom wants me in a group home or your mom wants you in a group home. Any way you look at it, he won't tell us what your mom said. And he thinks he can win you over again because you're easily to be manipulated. Yeah. No, I'm serious. You're not admitting it. You're easy
They just
to
want to
manipulate.
put me in a group home just so they can treat me like a retard. Because they think they want me to live with a bunch of people with Down syndrome and stuff. I won't do it. Just to get out of there, I'll just make those mentally retarded people. I'll make myself a nightmare to them. To the point where they'll be. I won't hurt them. I'll just pretty much insult them, make fun of them, pretty much.
He knows this. The problem is Courtney tried to defend you, Chloe, by saying, look, do you really want to do this to Rita? Do you really want to do this to Chloe? You're basically barking up the wrong tree. Well, he didn't like the fact that I told Zach to remove it from the fucking... Tell her I'm not talking to the bitch.
I'd rather be in a halfway house that yells at you constantly than be in a group home. So at least a halfway house, they let you go on your feet. And they don't try to make money off you. Halfway house, they want you to do your program and move the F on so they can have the bed available for nothing.
No, but there's no halfway houses. They're all full. So during this pandemic, he's trying to tell me ways to get you committed. Fortunately, I know the laws better than him.
And even if I was committed and I was in a hospital, I'd tell my social worker, you're not putting me in a group home. Find a halfway house. Because I will get back on my feet. I know, I already told this guy this, but the question now remains, Chloe, is, honestly, I'm alive anyways, but you need to tell me, what is your plan? I've done my part. I did my part to a T. My plan is to tell him.
Well, I want exact details. You're going to fucking swear it to some of the bitch?
I'm just going to tell him, hey, I don't want your help anymore because you promised one thing and you're doing completely something else that I did not approve of.
And what's that? He's going to ask me.
I'm like, you're trying to send me to a group home. I told you specifically I want outpatient care while I'm still on the lease.
He told me he's guaranteeing that you will leave if we did a restraining order. He guarantees it. And then what Courtney says, well, what if we don't do one? Then he said, well, I can guarantee Chloe will still go back to her mom's. But I need to work with her. That's what he said to me, literally. Now, I'm your ally, Rita, or I'm Chloe's ally.
Thing is, I'm not your cash cow.
Excuse me, but these pickles are looking good.
I'm not your cash cow. I was trying to reach out for where to go for mental health, but you're not really helping me on that. Instead, you want to put me somewhere where I won't have any freedoms, or I'll be heavily medicated and treated like a fucking Rain Man. I'm not dealing with this. I want to get mentally better and get back on my feet. If you think a group home is going to be best for me, I will do everything I can to get kicked out of there. I will make it a living hell for the staff and the other people that live there. I will make their life a living hell until they kick me out so I can be out of there. I'll tell them, like, I'd rather be in a halfway house where the house manager yells at me in my face 5 times a day than be in a group home. Because at least at a halfway house, I could actually get back on my feet and get better.
The problem is the guy basically doesn't realize that what he did was wrong. He violated his trust. He said because you didn't let me call the crisis team like I'm supposed to by the safety plan, you violated my rights. Therefore, he called them in for what? What's she going to do, huh?
And what if I do tell him up? He's going to try to call 911. Scared?
No.
Well, I could just tell APS what you said on the phone. She'll have more reason to put you in a group home.
You can't do it.
Yeah. She can say you're vulnerable. Hey, can I try one of those?
Yeah, let me touch it. The thing is, I'm not vulnerable. I make my own decisions. There you go. Grab one of them.
I'll have a couple while my steak's cooking. It's a raw steak for now.
Oh, need raw steak.
Alexa, set a timer, 1 hour.
They didn't really put much pickles in here. They used to load them up with
I
pickles.
know, but they're basically putting more pickle juice in pickles.
Yeah. Money. It's money for them.
They want to save an extra buck or two.
Or 3.
Yeah.
I want to give you
I might buy some pickles myself. I like pickles.
Oh, have you ever had pickled zucchini? Have you ever had zucchini pickles? Never mind.
yes, yes, I have.
Really good. You want hash?
Yeah, fine, Gary. I'm just fixing something.
I'll tell guys, like if I ever go back out to Ohio, next to go to Jefferson Behavioral Health and get the outpatient care I need there, and that's all help I'm getting.
He's trying to line you up to get involved, I think, in Ohio, too, is what I think, as your temper. I don't know. You won't tell us.
I won't let them involve me. I'm telling
Here.
them outpatient care.
Let me just tell you to shut up.
With that?
Let me give you this and tell you to shut up for a few minutes. There you go. You get the last 2. You should be proud you get the last 2. I would have told you to kiss my ass, no pickles, but I've had my fill while waiting.
Guys, what?
I mean, literally, the guy was a douchebag. He doesn't even want to call Tara. And you know Tara loves me, right? And by the way, are you going to stop criticizing her on her jammies? Because
Yes.
she feels bad.
I'm sorry, Tara, for criticizing your jammies. I'm just hoping that it was a way for you to learn to better yourself in sewing so you could be a
It was
great
the
sewer
first,
one day.
look, it was the first set of jammies she made for someone. It was me. I was experimenting.
Yeah, well,
So she can learn from it. I'm willing to pay $300 for more jammies. You know this. Give some sis something to do. But literally what pisses Courtney off was the fact that the son of a bitch didn't even call Tara. Tara would have given her opinion to protect me, my own privacy, my own, independence. Said, I want to give Chloe her independence and your independence. Courtney's like, how are you going to do that? Well, we need a restraining order or a group home. Well, which one? Well, I can see Rita won't do it. I said, I'll pick a gun, stand at post, and I'll drop everyone that tries to put me in a group home because I'm not group home material.
never mind.
And then I said, by the way, maybe Zach should tell you there's no fucking beds available mentally or non-mentally, talking about group homes. That's what it was,
You know, if I would stay in Seattle, I almost was actually going to try to get into a halfway house out there. Yeah. I'd make the group home's life a living hell until they throw me out, and they'll not want to put me in a group home ever again. Instead, they'll put me in a halfway house. Like, good. The halfway house is where I'm better off anyways. Even if I have the house manager yell in my face 5 times a day, I'll put up with it. That'll just give me more of an incentive to leave the house in the middle, to get the F out of the house from 9 to 5 every weekday, so I don't have to deal with them while I work on being independent and getting mental health that way. Mental health, I got a sponsor through the 12-step program. They should have a 12-step program for people with like bipolar, borderline, narcissist, or schizophrenia. They're trying to recover.
All I can tell you is dear old sis is awesome. She stood up for you basically today and said, Rita, you're driving this train. But you know what the problem is? Problem is, she, you know how awesome Courtney is? She didn't just stand there and say, okay. Instead, she sat there and basically said, I told her right in front of her face, he's trying to strong arm me to get a release. And since I didn't give the release, he called APS. well, I thought because she wouldn't let you call crisis or 911 or the non-emergency number that she's a threat to people. I mean, literally, it's like they want you to go to a group home. The thing is, how are you going to go to group home when there's no beds? Even fucking Zach said that. Are you supposed to do anything with that?
I have more of a chance of getting into a halfway house like in Arizona or California, which I prefer anyways, over group home. And if they force me a group home, I'm going to make their life a living hell, so they throw me out.
Well, look, the problem is you to be transferred from one group home to another or mental hospital or whatever. Thing is I basically, you know what he said the worst? I guarantee Chloe will be leaving when I talk to her and will be going back to Ohio. I turned around and said, I guarantee she'll snub all of you bastards and basically tell you no. And bitches, including her mom. And I said, you know what I said?
I think he could insert his authority for me to go to Ohio or to a group home.
I don't know. I think he's got the backing of your mom. I have no clue. That's the problem. No one knows. I mean, literally is like, I guarantee she'll be going home. And I turned around and said, Chloe has no intentions of leaving.
Not in this pandemic, especially.
I said, her mom said not to move in the pandemic, and after the pandemic, mom wants to go to Carolina. So, anyway, look at it. Where's Chloe supposed to go? Carolina? I guarantee she'll go home. I guarantee her mom will look after her. And I said to her, I guarantee. You know what I said to him? I said, I guarantee if Zach shows up with the APS lady, Chloe will deal with her herself over me. Because I said, you know what you guys are doing to me? And Courtney said, Rita could die of this much stress. You're causing stress and drama in her life. Well, I'm protecting Rita. Courtney said, look, Chloe could have flew off the fucking handle. Rita, how'd you handle it anyways? I said, when the sheriff knocked, I looked at Chloe when I came in to get my robe. I said, I'll tell you in a bit. Leave it to me. I got this covered. So then when Chloe went to the store, I was still talking to the sheriff. When Chloe came back, he nudged me and said, hey, look, where's her ice? She bought beer and said, I said, you putting that in the report? He says, yeah. Why? It's my beer. I'm going to be drinking it. He looked at me like, oh, I thought it was Chloe's beer. No, it's my beer. He said, so you're drinking a 6-pack of hard cider and 4 Guinnesses? Why not? I like getting shit-faced at night. So when I sleep, I don't have to think about Chloe. He's like, I'll have to put that in the report. Put it in all you like. I don't have to answer the door. And if anyone's going to answer the door with the sheriff present and the APS lady, I said, let Chloe do it. He said, oh my God, what would Chloe do? Doesn't matter. Chloe could use every vulgarity under the sun. You said it yourself. Freedom of speech means as long as it's a freedom of speech.
I'm not going to physically attack them.
No, I can verbally say something, call them dipshits, and they can't touch you.
Yeah. I understand look, I understand First Amendment very well. I mean, these people say the First Amendment shouldn't exist. I'm like, well, I don't think the Second Amendment should exist then.
Don't say that because, you know.
Why?
Because the Second Amendment protects the First Amendment. If you take away the First Amendment, do you know gun owners of America and NAGAR and NRA is being silenced by the media right now? They're basically, all these forums are going away with guns in this country. Not that you'd care. But no, I told the guy that if Chloe shows up to deal with these people, let Chloe deal with it. I said, Chloe doesn't want me getting sick, so she keeps me indoors at least. But what do? You basically call the APS. Chloe ain't cleaning. Chloe's abusing Rita. Chloe's taking her money. Chloe's not paying her bills. Chloe bought a laptop. I turned to them today on video and I said, listen here, you little son of a bitch. And I had my cowboy hat on, my duster. He looked at me and he said, yeah. I said, listen here, you little son of a bitch. If you want to tell me that Chloe doesn't do enough for me, she goes to get my pot. She gets my beer. She doesn't want me getting sick. She was afraid I was going to get infected with coronavirus at the grocery stores. She keeps me here, so she does it. Well, she could be bringing it back. Well, let her bring it back. I don't care if the Pauls of the world die. We don't need these freeloading bums. And I asked the biggest question in the world that Granny Ginger said today.
What is it?
I did it on the phone and I did it on video. So if you're not really worried to give a shit about Chloe, then who's paying you? He says, well, I'm being paid by my agency. So your agency pays you. So you're not getting a dime by counseling or trying to do business with Chloe. No. I said, well, there you go. Why should you give a shit? I mean, literally, he's like, we're going to call Chloe to confirm you or tell him the truth about Chloe Dunn. Chloe's done with you. You don't think I'm lying, do you, Mr. Jackass? You're the one that basically called APS on her. I had to explain it. And then I said, once I told Chloe after the guy left when we had a couple beers in us, I sat there and I told Chloe the fucking truth. No sugarcoating. He called APS on you. He says, why'd you do that? Because you're the one that did it. I read the fucking report. You're not supposed to get the report. Well, kiss my ass, sir. You want me to bend over on YouTube? I said, sis, you wanted me to show you my ass? He was like this. Like, no, I don't want to see your ass. I'll gladly show you my ass. Hell, I'll show you my front, too, to be an asshole. I mean, I was rude to the guy, but the guy had it coming. If he's not going to call Terry, he ain't going to call fucking Firecracker, and he ain't calling fucking Poppy on my side, but he calls your mom. There's something wrong with that picture, and even Courtney knew it, Chloe. Literally, the lease is up in January. Oh, by the way, I ran into Chelsea today. I came out to look for you, right? Thinking you were coming downstairs. She's like, don't stop arguing. And I said, oh, are you addressing me? She looked at me, oh, Rita, no, I was talking to my son, Chancellor. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. No. I never hear you arguing with Chloe. I've heard rumors about it, but I never heard it. I've heard Chloe talking to Shower, though. And she's like, I was arguing with my son. Okay, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to bother you. She's like, don't worry about it. She's like, I tell you directly if you're arguing. And I came out because I told Poppy to be quiet and he was barking. Turns out her dog was barking. He was barking and she was going to her door. And her son's at the top of this door lollygagging down. And she's like, not arguing with me.
Wars?
I don't know.
What is it, Mom? You're trying to see, you and Chelsea's dog trying to see who can bark.
So what I'm trying to tell you is the guy basically got.
Go ahead.
The guy got reamed asshole 8 ways from Sunday. I mean, literally. I even told Dad, Courtney dealt with him personally, you know. And then afterwards, he had to leave. Instead of having the whole hour to talk to me, he basically left. Feeling ashamed, he called APS Chloe. And very upset that he might have lost you as a client. And you know what? I said, what are you going to do? Send a referral out for Medicare payments? What if they don't take the Medicare? Well, we can make arrangements if Chloe wants for outpatient through video. I think it's the best. What if she needs meds? Oh, yeah, what is she? Well, we don't have a psychiatrist on hand that does video.
Yeah.
What's that tell you, Chloe?
Yeah.
These guys, I even told them, why don't you just admit what Zach said, the mental health system's broken and get it over with.
The only problem, when I was at Jefferson, the only reason why I had a psychiatrist for one session, right? But it was a psychiatrist who retired the following week. After that, they were having a hard time finding a new psychiatrist for their clinic. So
Psychiatrist does meds.
Yeah.
That's all they do.
yeah, and that's what they're trying to
20
do.
minutes, $900.
And then I was supposed to have a social worker or caseworker, right? They met me once, and they never showed up again. So my therapist is pretty much
Doing all the jobs.
Yeah, and she was the only one.
Was she a nurse practitioner who can
Just
dole out? No, nurse practitioner and give meds.
She was able to, but the psychiatrist I saw for that one time gave out prescriptions and refills.
Well, apparently the psychiatrist saw it, Jefferson. I read your report. It says you're bipolar. And to me, I thought it was bullshit. But you know what? The fucking bitch had it coming. I mean, not the psychiatrist. I'm talking about that asshole today. He had it literally coming. He should have called Dinky by now. He had no intentions of calling Dinky. He wanted to release his info so he can ask Dinky to commit me. Commit me! We found that out. Same with Poppy. Poppy wouldn't do it. Son of a bitch wants to talk to your mom and then says it's confidential. Yet he's only going to use Dinky and Poppy and Firecracker. Firecracker he didn't want to deal
with these mental professionals in the Pacific Northwest
being so incompetent. When you go on the East Coast, I mean, the professionals on the East Coast are way better. Professionals, the doctors and professionals on the East Coast, they don't screw around with their patients. They actually help. And I was even, and someone even told me recently, right? So I was messaging friends on Facebook from Ohio. I'm like, yeah, a lot of the mental health professionals out in the Ohio Valley or Pennsylvania would say that these people in Washington will never, ever get hired anywhere on the East Coast. They get turned down left and right trying to apply for a job at a clinic out there.
Well, the problem is these mental people at these clinics, like these big clinics, they don't care who they hire as long as they're fucking close to dropouts or losers. The problem is they offer good benefits in their opinion, but they use them and wear them down.
It's a moneymaker for them.
Yeah, it is. Unfortunately, if you don't have Medicaid, you're stuck with Medicare.
We're out on the East Coast. It's not corporations. The East Coast, a lot of those clinics are independently ran, and they've been that way since the 19th century, early 20th century. And so they've always been like, each organization's only had, on the East Coast, really only has one or maybe even two locations, and they don't really care for expanding. They actually been helping people because they care about how their patients view them. And they don't hire dropouts. They hire people who are top of the class out there. If you're not top of the class,
you remember OHSU is top of the class. Yeah. Jimbo was OHSU. He knows what I'm talking about. But you know, I can't go back to OHSU unless I get a hotel from them, which I'm working on. You know.
So, but yeah, Jefferson Behavioral Health. It was another one. They didn't just hire anyone. They hired people who actually took their job seriously. That's why I remember, right, when I was in college out there, right, some of the students in medical school out there, like out here in medical school, it's like easy because you can just easily get a certificate and they'll just rubber stamp you. Where out on the East Coast, I have friends with the nursing school. They said it's tough out there because they
have better rules and stuff. Yes, I get that. All I'm trying to say is out here they're all dipshits. I mean, look. He didn't even have any heart to call Dinky. He didn't have any heart to call Poppy, and he surely didn't want to tell you. You know why he doesn't want to call Poppy? Do you really want to know? Who's got more degrees than that fucking dipshit himself?
Poppy?
He's got 5 doctorates. What's this fucking dipshit's got? 1. Dad's got a doctorate in Sanskrit. He didn't like that. You know what Sanskrit is? It's an ancient language.
I don't have any degrees, and I could probably do a better job than this guy.
This guy doesn't care. I mean, literally. You know what fucking Courtney said? If you flew off the handle, I told the fucker today, I said, look at here. You won't call my family. You won't call my father-in-law. You won't call Firecracker. You call her mom, and then you say it's confidential, even if Chloe asks. Well, I'm protecting your mom. Guess what? Chloe's done with you. You called APS. She's done with your fucking ass. Unless you want to bring in someone else, and then they better be coughing up the answers Chloe's looking for. You're done. You're out of it. She'll file a complaint that you're not professional. This is what it is. Not professional. Well, under my rule, I'm protected under APS law. No, you're not. We told you 3 fucking times it wouldn't work. What did you do? Courtney says, yeah, you're right. It doesn't fucking work. The guy didn't listen.
He probably didn't even take his college seriously. He probably partied a lot, got stoned, got high, and had one of his best buddies get the answers from a website by cheating, and probably cheated on his test.
Well, all I know is the guy thought he was doing me a favor. Courtney turned around today and said, look, Rita said she's been treated like shit all day. By the way, the police officer put that in the report because I told you to quit treating me like shit while he was at the door listening. This is why you don't need to treat me like garbage. You're like, no, we're gonna lose it. Let's toss $6,000 of meat in the freezer. He's got it all on the report for the APS lady. We know the APS lady ain't gonna do jack shit, but thing is, he asked me about it when you up there. That's why we were talking about it. He said you're willing to throw away $6,000 without living in faith. He says, what the hell? You're willing to throw away your meat. And he said, what happens when the power comes on and all your meat's in the dumpster? Every piece of meat. Then what? Who deserves the group home then?
I was going to get ice.
So, but then he basically put in his report too that found out Chloe didn't pick up ice, picked up beer instead.
But did he ever have the time to hear the reason why I couldn't get ice that day?
No, when he came back with beer, he just laughed about it, got in his SUV. We were chuckling about it.
My intention was to get ice too, but the big store was out of ice. There are places, a bigoted place that doesn't want me around because they're fucking WT, which I'm not gonna say. And then the Mercantile, which sells ice, which shows it right out there, was closed completely. I looked at the sign, and it was open. I would have saw a sign that said open. It didn't. It was dark. It was like, oh fuck.
Well, we're in luck. We have power.
Yeah. Well, they don't have a generator at the Mercantile. I kind of figured that, so they pretty much depend on power to be on to run their store.
Well, they don't sell anything that would expire either. You know that.
Yeah, but their ice in the bag probably would have.
He's got a generator out in his little shanty out in the outside of town, about 6 miles. Because he didn't want to open that one. He opened up his other one.
Yeah, because he makes more money there. Because where the other one is, right, on the south end of the island, that's like the only store of its kind out there. He makes more money there.
Well, Chris is doing good, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, I see it. He manages both places. He'll go back and forth from one store to another. Sometimes I'll see Chris at Mercantile here, and sometimes I'll see that one gal there. They have a few people that work there, and yeah, I mean, what I find interesting, Mercantile is pretty much it's a convenience store that's inside of a house. It used to be a house, like where the snacks are and all that, and the little souvenirs are like in the living room area.
I mean, I had the best chat in the world with Zach. I told Zach the other day, was it yesterday? Not that you give a shit. You want to sit there and talk about snacks?
I get 3 shits.
He turned around and I told him the other day, I was listening to the Scanner. It was yesterday out of boredom. And I picked up Mosey Hole. And old Francie, yeah, this is our number, blah, blah. I'm like, that's Francis's number. Yeah. Gotta go over to Chestnut Grove, the old lady. And is that Rita complaining or is it someone else? Oh, it's that freaking lady, I think her name is Patty too, like Patty, No, that's the lady that moved into my new unit. Your grandson's fighting again, and I heard, oh man, I miss the old days when Rita and Chloe were giving trouble. I'm like, Chloe was a real hoot. Now they're gone. I got to deal with these people. What are you doing? I got that. I mean, I picked up things all the way to fuck the human pillow. But when I picked up their chatter and when I actually chatter, that was funny. Hey, guess what? What brochure? So you took it. I didn't take it. Like, this is a very terminal. They paid for it. Yeah, well, Arizona. Let's talk about Arizona. Let's talk about Arizona. Arizona's great. Arizona's great. Oh well. You know, everyone, I gotta do a dip, and frankly, there's no comment. So technically, I don't know what to think or do anymore. I really want comic, so do I. So, Mom, what are you doing? I'm itching my foot. Aunt Tara should make me a new outfit, yeah. You know, I wanted her to get you a Care Bear outfit. Maybe a outfit, a black out, a little bunny outfit. If I wear the bunny outfit, I will eat the bunny. You already, but no. Mommy Chloe will clean your cage a little more than that. Are you feeling clean now? Little guy's always doing something. You know, you guys are boring me right now. You guys are literally boring me. I mean, literally. What am I supposed to do? Like, come on, we talk about the stimulus, we're talking about everything that happened, and every one of you left. I guess you guys are more interested in the damn money than you are anything else. Oh, I can't even get on a Zoom call with Dinky that's at or Hannah. You know, I got a question real quick. While you guys are doing it, I want to check out something. I got 360 number. Let's see if I can find it. Since I got this number, I hope. Should. Come on. See my brother's answer. Probably changed his number again. I'm not on Facebook. Hey, what up, big brother? I've been wondering about you for a while. I deleted my account. Okay, well, yeah, I deleted my account, big brother, due to the fact that my family accused me of calling Secret Service on them and etc. I never did that, so I got a Facebook. I have Instagram and email. My email's always been the same, so I kept thinking about you. All right. Yeah, that would be awesome. I'm always around. You know, you got this number's always been current for so long. So you better do your job. That's what you're probably getting paid for. So when you get done, give me a ring, brother. Yeah, I was thinking of you. Bye bye. Brother's basically tutoring someone. See, this is the crap I get. You guys aren't answering, so I basically figured I would check out what's going on. You know, let's see, email. Life is good. Life is good. Hey, Chloe, come here a second. Need you to do a favor. Your mom should be up still, right? You should check in with her and let her know what happened today with my thing. And ask her about your birthday. It's coming up in 3 days. And you never told me what you wanted.
My birthday?
Yeah, besides me cooking you dinner, is there anything else? And doing your dishes.
One thing I wanted, but I'm gonna get it.
Hard drive?
Yeah, the hard drive.
Well, if there is a stimulus, why don't I buy it for you for your birthday, all right? You still owe me. Do you owe me anything for Christmas? Or are you covered with all the stuff you bought me? Well, you still owe me about $45,000. So, yeah. So check in with your mom. Find out about your birthday. And check in with her and let her know that Paul was a dick today. And you refuse to have her talk. Whatever you want to tell her, but I would tell her not to talk to the guy again. And if you wish, what an ass. Ugh. You guys are boring me, you know that? All right. So I got three, 14 free teams tomorrow while you're out. So you can tell me, so that's what you want. You want your hard drive. By the way, your travel case should be here soon. I spent $20, got you a travel case.
I was saying to get the hard drive so I can move my games on there so I have more space.
What you have to do is go download it put a Windows external file for that, and they'll set it all up. But then you have to remove the I don't know how it works. You'll have to
install it and reinstall it.
You'll have to figure it out. I have no clue, but I recommend you do that. So.
But do you think I'll get that it'll be figured out?
Yeah, I do. So everyone, please add, subscribe, please post comments, leave feedback, suggestions, like, subscribe button, social funding for your family, including your dogs, your cats, your bunnies, service dogs. Thanks for watching. God bless you and everything you do.
So I could put ESO, WoW, or GO2 on a